Incest is wincest, I guess. Sweet home Alabama. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the first special that Fictionology has done. This is going to be interesting. It's going to be a fun one. Hopefully, this all pans out. Hopefully, we have a good time, and a lot of people enjoy watching this. So, tonight. It's the horny episode, okay? We're doing the After Dark special. We all wanted to talk about ecchi anime. So I hazed a bunch of anime newbies or normies with some ridiculous ecchi recommendations and one of my personal favorites. So we're definitely going to talk about that. I also have a giant stack of like ecchi manga sitting right here next to my chair that we'll get into later tonight, and plenty of other stuff. Basically, we've just gotten too close to Valentine's Day, and because I am lonely and don't have a girlfriend and have never known the touch of a woman, it's time to cuddle up with the body pillow, grab a drink, and cry yourself to sleep, because that's the kind of state of mind I'm in right now. Anyway, can you believe I haven't started drinking yet? Let's get into introductions. So, for our panelists, of course, we do have our favorite hazed communist, the goth girl professional, and on top of that, the lover of many men. Roman, how you doing?
Why do I subject myself to this? Hello, what's happening?
Because you're a slut. That's why you do. You're a glutton for pain.
I'm a masochist. I am a masochist. Hello, everybody. How are you guys? What's happening?
But the buck doesn't stop there. So we also have our resident senior citizen, one of two gay furries in the Discord, and he has a PhD in absolute territory. How are we doing, Muffler Tape?
I fucking resent everything that just came out of your mouth. All right, doing great.
I just said you have a PhD in studying women's thighs. What the fuck? Are you talking about?
Well, thiology. Yes.
What's going on, Muffler?
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, having a good evening. And yeah, Roman, you are a masochist. That's why you liked prison school so much.
Oh, was he into prison school?
Yeah, I showed him.
I liked it.
So it was nice.
All right. And of course, we can't stop there because there's one more guy to introduce for now. And this is a man who loves his lizard, or his snake, I should say. He likes to have his snake out on on streams and stuff. He's very public about it. He has a harem of cleaning products, and his mouth is the permanent residence of Sosuke Aizen's cock. How you doing, Rolo?
What's up, guys? How are you doing? I can't believe I've been subjected to watch some of these things.
That is the reaction I've been going for. And there will be a video at some point here.
I think this is actually the very first time that I've ever had to turn down anime on my television in order to watch it. There's very thin walls in my house.
Yeah, you just get a knock on the door.
What do you think of Nukatashi?
Actually, dude, that's my favorite one so far because it's fucking hilarious. Dude, when she literally just goes, "No, we got this parkour," and then I was like, "Parkour."
Did you get to his backstory about his massive cock?
Yes. He's like, they made fun of me because my cock was too big. I don't know how I feel about my big dick.
What was that one guy, Khalid or whatever? It's like suffering from success or whatever, right? Like
DJ Khaled, yeah.
DJ Khaled, yeah.
Yeah, Khaled,
yeah.
But what's up, guys? How are you doing?
Lonely proceeding into Valentine's Day, so that's why we're doing this. And that is the current state of things. And because I have to show off the profile picture, of course, we do have the mother-daughter duo.
Here's mine.
Hakari and Hahari.
I can fix this. There.
Yes.
I can fix this.
It's like
now there are two of them.
Mifune. That's from Chainsaw Man.
Yes.
They just multiply.
Yes. It is the bestest.
Oh, okay. Out of hand.
So,
that's cool. I'll round us out.
To get things going, For me and Muffler Tape, ecchi anime, ecchi manga, all of the boobies and stuff, not too unusual. But for Rolo and Roman, I'm pretty sure, Roman, this is like your first experience with anything of this caliber.
Yeah. I mean, listen. Okay, so the closest that I had was in Naruto, like the sexy jutsu. That was like the closest thing that I had ever like experienced to what you would be ecchi. And then Crimson's like, hey, you want to watch Nukatashi and I can record it? And then I watched Nukatashi, and what hooked me onto it was in the intro, you see that penguin, right? And y'all,
It's a duck, okay?
He's a furry. It's okay. Bodysuits.
He's the fuck duck.
when I tell you,
put some respect on the name of the fuck duck.
When I tell you that there's people banging all over the place, there are people banging all over the place, and it's legal for you to do so. I was like, hey, yo. But then when there was some John Wick type of stuff in, Nukatashi, I was like, is this John Wick, but like a porno? I was like, what's this? But, but listen, no. I had never seen anything like that before, okay? So yeah, no. I had never seen anything like that before. And quite frankly, while I, enjoyed it, I don't think I would ever choose to watch Nukatashi in my free time. I would rather go back to Attack on Titan or go back to Dandadan. Like I'm watching Dandadan with my family, and we just watched the finale last night, and they loved it. So point is,
I watched Nukatashi with my mom.
What the fuck? Wait. No. Just no.
No.
The point is that
God's judging you. No.
Maru realized that no explanation would ever be enough to save him from this humiliation. The misunderstanding was as deep and dark as the gaping pit of despair that swallowed his soul.
True.
I had never seen an ecchi before Crimson was like, hey, we're going to be doing ecchis for, halfway through the month. So it was definitely a surprise. And then what I'll tell you is that High School of the Dead, y'all were making fun of me when I, popped into the, Discord, and, I was like, this is a zombie anime. I thought that it was going to be ghosts, because I thought the School of the Dead meant that it was going to be ghosts, okay? But then when zombies start popping up, I was like,
you mean immediately?
okay, I was thinking zombie anime? Huh. Cool.
A horny zombie anime.
It's a zombie
+1+1.
Right. So it's an ecchi zombie anime, which is something that and there's a lot of cheeks, right? And so
there's a lot of cheeks, yeah.
Actually, before we go further, which show do y'all think had more cheeks? High School of the Dead or Nukatashi?
Fucking Nukatashi.
Yeah, Nukatashi.
If you just count all the people on the beach in the first fucking beach scene, then that's just already more. What are you talking about?
Probably, yeah. I mean, the whole thing of Nukatashi is just everyone is fucking everywhere all the time.
I don't even know if I could keep up with that. That sounds like a lot of work.
Man, all you got to do is do it once a day. That's all it requires.
Correct.
Yeah, but they're not, though.
Right. Hey, man, you got to repopulate
Okay,
Japan
well, if you were a
somehow,
horny teen with access to unlimited pussy, wouldn't you be active all the time?
Yeah, my dick would probably hurt quite a bit later on by the end of the day. Like
you would never need leg day.
You just sit there, got talcum powder, something. Jesus.
Yeah, for real. You gotta do something for yourself. Jesus.
Oh,
but yeah, I mean, I had never seen ecchi before this, so yeah.
Well, there are a few anime. Actually, there's one anime at least this year for Fictionology that we will be covering for its own dedicated show that does get labeled ecchi by registration.
Is it the same one that I
It is not Black Lagoon.
I wasn't talking about Black Lagoon.
That's insane to me as well because Black Lagoon is very etchy, bro.
Muffler Tape. You know which one we're talking about.
Yeah.
I was. Oh,
Mushoku
wait.
Tensei.
Yep.
Is it next month?
No.
No, it's
so we have Berserk and then Black Lagoon. So I decided we would go with all the horny anime to to preempt all of the depression that you guys are going to experience.
I thought Psycho-Pass was considered ecchi.
Nope.
It's not?
Not that I've seen. Nope.
It may have some fan service in it though, which would be pretty nice actually. So
definitely does. It definitely does.
Yeah. No, we're talking about Mushoku Tensei. It gets labeled an ecchi.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah, and this is one of the things is I put these 3 out here. One, because Godanner was one I hadn't seen myself, and Questioners does not shut the fuck up about that show. So I figured, you know what, this is a great time to just finally appease the motherfucker. So that's why I put that on there. But High School of the Dead and Nukitashi were kind of like the other parts of the spectrum. This actually did a really good job of like showing just like the range of ecchi anime overall. So like with Godanner, I would say that's like a soft ecchi series where you have a lot of like panty shots, big boobs, a nice ass, all that kind of stuff. Like really like a lot of fan service, but nothing explicit. Right. Then you get into High School of the Dead. It really accentuates that. I would call that more so like the true ecchi because you do actually have some tits when you get to the bath scene. There are some titties.
There's like legit titties in it.
Roman, you'll notice that there's like a dial, okay, and the dial goes boob physics or jiggle physics, and it just goes up to 11. And hey,
bro, the fucking nurse in High School of the Dead when she's first introduced, they literally just put the bouncing sound.
Boing, boing, boing,
boing. Rolo, did you get all the way to when they're like camping out in the house and they're all the girls all like bathing together? And the school nurse gets really fucking horny.
No, I did not make it that far.
What? No, that's like the best episode, man.
Yeah,
she straight up grabs his cock. Like, I mean, she is after him, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
I would basically.
I will finish. Okay, I will promise you, I will finish all 3 of these shows. But
oh yeah, you're cool, dude.
I did the 3 episodes of each requirement. Except for Gondor is with you, Men of the West. Except for that one, no, I didn't watch that at all.
We'll get into that one anyway. So there's Godanner, which is like the soft ecchi. This High School of the Dead is like true ecchi, and if you want to go like hard ecchi, that's where you get Nukitashi.
Yeah, that's the ecchi that I expect. Like that's even more so than what's it called? Redo of Healer. That's like more ecchi than that.
Yeah, I mean, because there are sex scenes in it. So yeah, no.
Redo of Healer is ecchi?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like a third of the series is H, in my opinion. Like it's just.
He literally.
Roman, really quick. Hold on. Are you familiar with the content of Redo of Healer?
Yeah, Roman. He literally turns his cock into a weapon and beats somebody up with it.
What?
Yeah. No. The whole point is that this dude basically gets abused by like a princess and her entourage, and he gets the chance to go back in time. So his idea is, I'm going to grape the shit out of everyone in that party.
Yeah, and punish them for everything they did to me. And I'm going to pour one out for that.
He literally brainwashes a chick through.
Well, because his power is healing, but he can rewrite your heals, and it's actually more so time shit in a way. And he literally just mind wipes her, and he's like, "Yeah, you've been my sex slave the entire time."
So since he was raped repeatedly by a big black man, I really wanted him to. I wanted to see the revenge of that because
you're lying to me, right?
Why people think anime is fucking weird.
He was. All right, it's complicated, man. Okay, like it has to do with his bodily fluids, like increasing the power levels of people.
Yes. If you take in the cum, then you win.
Yeah. So it's bad. Anyway, so I really wanted to see him get revenge for that because I think that's some of the most egregious shit that happens to him.
Sounds. Yo, I might watch that on my own. That sounds crazy. Sounds crazy.
It is the most edgelord anime that exists. Period.
You thought Berserk. If you guys think Berserk is bad, redo of Healers so much.
Oh my god, dude,
Yeah.
it's so degenerate. It is like
But to get kind of back to the point, the whole thing I was saying with a lot of this is there's like that dial that Muffler Tape mentioned. There's a whole spectrum in here, and this kind of applies to a lot of different series. And my whole comments here was inspired by the the soft seinen, true seinen, hard seinen meme that everyone goes on about and talks about. And it honestly does apply to this. Like, you can have stuff that's just kind of like fan servicey and not explicit. Then you have stuff that kind of is like the intermediary, which does have some explicit stuff, but for the most part is just kind of fan servicey and nice to look at. And then of course there is, the very far end of the spectrum where you get stuff that's just outright fucking it's the meme of American Dad looking at the gauge as it's teetering between anime and hentai. That's what you're looking at.
Yes.
It's real close there. Sometimes I'm like
flying a little too close to the sun. All right.
And now for some more serious
getting away with
topics and stuff, we'll get into those later. But for now, I think what we would like to do is start with. So, how many of you guys at least watched a little bit of Go Danner?
6. I'm not alone.
Where's your fucking hand, Roman? You watched an episode of Go Danner? Come on, bro.
I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, wow. You lucky bastards. That's all I have to say.
So I was about to say, so neither
Fuck
of
you
these
too.
guys
Fuck
tortured
you
themselves.
and-
Got it.
What
Fuck you,
happened?
bro.
What
So
happened
let
to
me put this. Did you guys enjoy Neon Genesis Evangelion?
Yeah, I
Yes.
enjoyed everything except for the main character. Yeah.
Besides Shinji, yeah.
Okay, so imagine Neon Genesis Evangelion, but everyone screams everything they do like it's a Naruto attack,
What?
and the main character is more insufferable than Shinji.
No
Yeah, he's-
way.
Pretty annoying. Yeah.
Wait a second.
Go Danner is quite literally an addled version of Neon Genesis Evangelion.
In all seriousness, no.
It's-
No. How can you be worse than Shinji? How is
Yeah,
that
does he-
possible?
I'll
Does he-
explain. You can have a wife and treat her like shit. You can have a hot wife and treat her like shit. He can get some and or be like a full functioning human being. He just shits on it though. Shinji is kind of retarded. That's the difference. Okay, like
Shinji's depressed, and I don't have a problem with him outside of just being a fuckwit at the end of the series.
Yeah.
This guy is super melodramatic. This is the big problem I have with Go Danner is all of the problems, all of the drama that comes through this series, like all the relationship stuff, all of him fighting with his 17-year-old wife.
What?
That's
Yeah,
actually
don't
that's
ask
actually a thing.
questions. Don't ask questions.
It's actually a fairly common thing across
it's
the
fairly
world.
common.
Yeah.
But to
Actually,
clarify,
I had a friend that married someone
the mother
17,
was
so.
completely on board with it and was kind of pushing it. So
Okay, well,
that
that makes
mom
it-
though.
anyway,
Okay.
It's still weird, but
so back to what I was saying though, this dude, all of his problems that he has in his relationship, all of the troubles and everything are literally just his failure to communicate. And it is frustrating to watch because all of the solutions are really easy, but they don't allow the characters to solve them easily. And that does not make for a good experience.
Right.
On top of that, they're like, again, it's super melodramatic. Like every time something happens, they're like screaming and like freaking the fuck out, and everyone's running around like a chicken with their head cut off. And I'm just like, I don't remember this character. Why was she important?
Got you.
It was
Here's
not a
question.
good experience.
Does the main character make an unconscious person jerk him off?
Almost.
Okay, so
There
it's
was a
not
really
as bad as
awkward
Shinji,
moment. There was a
He's
really
not as
awkward
bad as
moment.
Shinji, man.
Someone
Does the
does
main-
get cucked to death, though. Oh, hold on.
What?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
does the main character end the whole world because he couldn't get laid?
Well, he's not the main character. Technically, his wife is what I would argue, but
No, but he kind of looks like the Crimson Chin as just a normal dude. He got that huge fucking chin, dude.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway,
You
so,
mean like handsome Squidward? You mean like that kind of a chin?
I'll have to pull up some pictures. But before we go any further, we do have one of the diversity hires here. Mike Gardner decided to join us. How you doing, Rolando?
Hello, sir. I'm so late. You would think I'm black, but I made it.
Well, I mean, I'm hearing a beeping sound in the background. I know that's not a fire alarm, or your fire, alarm system, but
Oh no!
Hello, Rolando. What's
Hello. I just barely got off of work.
Cheers, muffler tape.
got off work, sir. Well, we're talking Go Danner, so I am in the middle kind of on this. Did you watch any more last night?
No, I didn't watch anymore, but yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat.
Oh, okay. 'Cause I thought you were going to be the defender here between the three of us. So
I probably like it
okay.
more, but I do get it. Like it does leave a bad taste in your mouth with that fucking giant cliffhanger.
Yeah, that's one of the big things. Is like it again, to go back to like the melodrama and the poor resolutions to things that could all be solved with at least like a modicum of like communication skill. Like that whole the way they end there, it basically turns into one like another shitty love triangle. I'm just like, not again.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait a second. The show ends on a cliffhanger?
Well, the first season.
We watched the first 13 episodes.
It's
and me and Muffler are like, I don't know if we want to finish it.
I'm gonna trek on. I'll be the Mexican dummy that goes into the minefield and see if it's safe or not.
Well, you better not harm yourself because you're currently our token Mexican. We need you. We can't all be.
I don't know what I would do without Taco Me.
True. Yeah, but it's not like it's an end to the big battle, but it's not like personal like story end.
To explain one of the big drama points of the series of Go Danner for the people that hadn't watched it, one of the big drama points is the main male character. He, pilots the mech. Yeah, Go or Goten, however you'd say that. He's really talented as a pilot. He's one of the top guys in the organization that they're a part of, etc. Right? The issue is that his partner, okay, is somebody that he's romantically involved with, okay, and she ends up getting injured at the start of the story, okay, and so he sort of doesn't have her around, tries to move on with his life, okay, and gets married, and then the main character, she's introduced, all right, and so
it's not injured. He should I say what he thought, or is that okay?
Dead. Thought she was dead.
Yeah,
however,
everybody thought she was dead.
She was just a vegetable the whole time, and then she comes back, and so that causes all kinds of emotional drama because, well, he's married to this new woman, okay, but the problem is that he may have unresolved feelings for the previous person that he was with, so it's like it's artificial in that regard.
Yeah, she did come with an upgrade. She did come with an upgrade. She can kiss you while you're dead and bring you to life for some reason.
So when you need to go around again right after, she's the lucky lady to help you out.
Anyway,
yeah.
As far as this series goes, like, yeah, that's like the one big thing. Another point along that line that came up when you guys were talking about it is Go is literally there, like saying, like, yeah, I fell in love with this girl I'm currently married to, which is this chick right here.
Yeah, Anna or Ali.
He knows how to pick them. He knows how to pick them.
She's hot. Again, here's the main character. He got the fucking chin of an entire continent right there.
I'm jealous of that chin. I want one like that.
Yep.
Bro, the side profile on it is ridiculous. It's hilarious.
Why does he look? He looks like a couple of dudes that Roland and I went to high school with.
Can you do me a favor and pull up the mom?
Okay.
Best character design.
Yes.
Yes.
This is the man's mother-in-law.
Yeah.
She's perfect.
She is great. And what I mentioned about those, jiggle physics, turned up to 11 with her.
Yeah,
He's
as
got
far as
them
this
all.
anime goes, like it's got plenty of like good character design, like
All right,
like
but
good,
listen,
fan service stuff.
I
So
got
he-
Cool
here's-
mecha designs too.
Yeah,
So
that's
this is the
his
original
Ugh.
partner who he thought was dead.
An
Wait,
Ackerman too, by
Mira
the way. An
Ackerman?
Ackerman. Yeah, an
Yeah.
Ackerman. I pointed
Any
that out
relation
when I
to
was
Levi?
watching.
Any relation to Levi?
Hopefully not.
Yo,
Here's the other
what?
one.
She's
Yeah.
rude.
Yo.
Oh yeah. Shoot. I like her.
Plus, there's this engineer chick or the one of these
I was
mechanics.
about to
Oh,
say,
yeah.
I can probably go here more characters and
Yeah.
find the engineer. I don't really care
Red
for this
hair.
girl. Like, here we go.
Freckles.
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
this the one?
yeah.
I have a
She's
better
great.
picture of just how devious her fucking suit design is.
Oh yeah, bro.
Yeah.
I'm glad you did this for everybody. Okay, this is good.
Yeah. But yeah, look, as far as like the female character designs go, sure, cool. Like I like that. Like it did good in that department. I have no objection to any of the girls in here, okay?
Mhm.
Like they cover their bases. Like even if you're into, short chicks with like small titties, they got a couple of those in there for you.
Yep.
Okay. If you like really big melons in your face all the time, they got that.
They
If
got
you're
a character
into-
for Roman.
If you're into incest, they have a brother-sister pair.
What?
Oh, dude.
Dominatrix and
Yeah,
sub.
you did say the dominatrix
What?
there. That's the Roman chick. Okay. The
Yeah.
I think she's German or Russian.
I
think
forgot.
She's Russian.
Russian.
Yeah.
She's
The
Russian.
Roman chick.
Yeah, that's your chick right
yeah,
there.
Russian pilot.
She straight up got a
Bro.
sub.
His partner
As
even
her
calls
partner.
him calls her madam and stuff or whatever.
Mistress.
Or
It
or
literally
mistress, whatever.
says
Yeah, dude.
her relationship with her partner is much like a dominatrix,
There you go, Robin.
Yes.
except she doesn't want to cause him harm.
Yes. Yo.
Oh, well, that's
Wow.
nice.
Yo. If there's any
At least she
women
doesn't step
watching,
on his balls.
please. Oh,
True.
no.
It's
No.
all
there
it's all
you
just
go.
verbal.
I don't want it then.
I will
I'm
tell the
good.
guys. Okay,
What
so
the
since
fuck?
you guys didn't watch this one, a reason to watch this is despite the screaming, okay, one thing that was rather enjoyable was the dub in English does feature anywhere from 3 to 4 or so voice actors that were voices for ghost stories. So if you
No way.
if you the main
Yeah.
character, she is a voice from she's the little girl character from the group who has the retarded brother, so that's her voice actress. And then even Amana Jaku, the cat, is also featured in it and stuff too, which yeah, exactly. So it's got the Jew boy too in it. So you have that one as well.
Yeah.
I forget. That's
the main
goat.
that's the main guy's
character's
brother.
little
Yo, what
brother.
a name.
Yeah.
What a name.
Jew boy.
That's what is that? I don't know. He says he's Jewish. I'm
I
sorry.
mean,
I don't know how to define
It gets
all
the
right?
point across. I understand, but calling him Jew. Okay, so hold on before we go any further.
Before we get on a list.
It's kind of weird that someone just showed up. So we have our second, the token, diversity, a special guest. Okay. He definitely isn't someone that I totally typecast because he has a show called I Swear It's Not Hentai. And joining us today we have the Runaway Vagabond. How you doing, man?
Hey, good. Sorry, I got mixed up with the times. I thought you were I thought you were at 8 o'clock my time. My bad. And I was like, oh, he's streaming right now. I was like,
Nah, it's cool. It's cool.
I just left the meeting early.
Well, I hope that didn't screw anything over.
Oh no, that's fine.
All right. So yeah, right now we're kind of talking Go Danner. I've been going over a lot of this, talking about why, let me organize my thoughts here really quick. I got a million of them and I can't speak properly. Okay, so I have a couple of newbies here on the panel. So Roland and Roman are not as experienced with anime, particularly Roman. So this was his first encounter with any kind of ecchi anime. It was Nuki Tashi in High School of the Dead.
Oh, nice. How'd you like it?
Yeah, it was fun for sure.
The other one on the homework list was Go Danner. We're just kind of going over the series right now. So like, yeah, as far as the show goes, I to bring up like the same criteria that I usually do for like any show. One, the big thing for me is characters, and with this one, I'm not exact like I like a lot of the like the concepts for them. I don't necessarily have a problem with any of the female characters. They've all been great, but like I said, it does rely heavily on interpersonal like relationship drama that could have been easily resolved with some like small improvement in communication skill. And I found that a little bit frustrating. So it made it kind of hard for me to really like be attached to anyone outside of just like, ooh, she's hot and her tits are jiggling in my face. Okay. Story, like I said, that's another big like criteria for me. This one to me feels a lot like the porn parody of Evangelion so far.
Sure.
Since I haven't finished it, I don't know how it ends, so maybe that'll change my opinion. But I wasn't too terribly impressed with it right out the gate. And then animation, actually the animation was pretty good. Like I don't have a problem in that department. I thought it was pretty solid. Intro, music, general voice acting outside of the screaming, pretty good on those
You
ends.
say that they scream every single thing. Like, do they scream, "I'm walking home, I'm going to school"? Like,
I mean, they're expressive, bro. It depends. Like if she's pissed off, she's screaming, okay, and she's screaming at her husband because he fucked up somehow, and he's just like, so yeah, it's annoying.
Huh.
Sorry, I have thoughts too, but I'll let you finish up, Crimson.
Yeah, I did.
No, that's all I wanted to say is like my general criterion for like enjoying a show, fan service is usually kind of one of like the mid-level ones, or like if it's really good, you can score some extra points. But the ones that matter to me are storytelling, animation, and characters, particularly characters. And it didn't do too well for me on those. It's by far not the worst thing I have ever watched. In spite of my initial reactions last night, that's just mostly the exhaustion speaking. Some more thought on it. It's just kind of like, I maybe it's just not for me.
Yeah, I respect it. I guess I'll jump in. So I thought it was a really interesting blend of trying to take something like Gundam and Evangelion and then trying to do something new, trying to like amplify up the etchiness of those and try to make it kind of a parody in some ways, because the melodrama, I think, could be characterized as to how those older, like original Mobile Suit Gundam, sort of like, with the musical tone as far as the intro, outro, stuff like that. So it definitely gave me some of those vibes for earlier, mecha anime and stuff, along with, some Evangelion influences that are pretty on point. It's like, oh, we're fighting like an alien threat. We don't know. We're pilots and stuff like that. We're defending Earth and stuff. So it's got some of those notes as well. But what I would say, I appreciate some of the premises of it. The issue is that the storylines that it gives you are very up and down for me, where at times I feel like I'm really invested in the story and it seems interesting. And then other times it literally could bore me to tears, or I'm just like, I do not care about, you guys screaming at each other at this point or whatever. Just get me to the next thing or whatever. Because some of it just seemed frustrating is the best way I can say that. But, so for me, it's not a perfect anime. I thought it was really interesting though. Like until we got to the cliffhanger, I'm going to rely on Rolando or maybe Vagabundo if he actually, finished the series at some point. Maybe he can talk me down from the ledge.
Okay, I think I haven't watched this one, so I think that was when did it come out? It's
like
newer
03, I think.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think I actually watched it. I think around that time, another kind of I wouldn't call it ecchi, but if you're seeing like Van Dread, I think I've
heard about Van Dread. Yeah,
I've heard about it too.
Yeah.
Pull this up.
Oh, nice.
new type. It got a little damaged over 20 years, but some new type centerfold action for her. But no, okay. Well, I mean, I'm still relying on Rolando then. But the thing is,
did it just get damaged over time, or did it get damaged from usage?
Over time. And I'm judging you now.
Sure.
But anyway, again, the animation, something that you didn't point out, Crimson, that's very uncommon nowadays, is 2D mecha. In this, it was literally 2D drawn, like, not necessarily by hand, but at least it wasn't fucking CGI and like stuck out like a sore thumb. I mean, it was really interesting. They used some animation over again in certain spots, so it kind of upped that parody corny aspect of it. But it seemed pretty cool, I mean, so I can't fault it too much. I do look at it kind of favorably at the moment. However, I am not interested at all in continuing the story unless some of these glaring problems get resolved pretty fucking quick. I am not a fan right now on episode 13. So, yeah. But that's the last thing I had to say on it. I mean, yeah. So,
I mean, Rolando, you would be the only other person right now who would have anything to say. Got anything to put in there?
I liked it.
Okay. Very, very thoughtful.
Nice.
Yo, I can see how mad
it was such a well thought out argument,
bro.
That is, you know what? I can't argue with that one, guys.
Okay, that's it. You know what? He's convinced me.
Yeah, you know what? I liked it.
I know people in Discord.
Ninja.
People in our Discord will use that argument.
I know.
They'll just say, "I liked it."
True.
You're like, or I didn't like it. It's like, what didn't you like? Yeah.
What I would say as a Mexican who's grown up with the telenovelas, which all drama.
Yeah.
That's all. That's just a bunch of what it is. I can get they just need to talk, but that's quite literally what a lot of dramas are based off. They just don't fucking talk to each other. So it's fine, but I do get that aspect. But animation, it is great at times, and for the time that it came out, I really do like the designs and stuff. The women are great. The guys, the main character, he can be fucking retarded sometimes. So,
well, you like it though.
Well, he was just explaining why you like it.
Yeah, it doesn't mean I'm not going to critique it.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Dude, so some of the plot lines... Oh, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, yeah. And, well, what is funny is just, it's a little bit more of an ecchi Evangelion. That's quite what it is. It's just way more drama. That's all it is.
Any hospital scenes?
Yes,
kind of. A few. 2.
And,
I mean, there is kind of a... Wait, hold on. Someone mentioned earlier, was there a scene where we had a Shinji moment from End of Evangelion? And kinda there was, now that you mention it, but it was 2 girls.
Yeah.
I don't think that makes it any better, but like, I still don't think that's...
Well, I mean, kissing a dead corpse doesn't make things very good.
Oh
yeah.
She brought her back to life.
Especially when the other one's retarded. It's a retard kissing a dead corpse.
Was there at least an alcoholic hot mentor?
Oh wait, you mean like this one? Hold on.
Yeah.
When you say when you say retarded, are we talking like autistic or like Downs?
Oh, I said
they're learning how to speak again.
Oh, okay. I said alcoholic, but yeah. So, I think I missed out on this one. I think around I'm thinking this aired on the Sci-Fi Channel, right? I think around that time, I seen Vandred and then some other space series around then.
Yeah, back in the day, they were airing anime on like multiple different channels. It was like, Sci-Fi, I think. Of course, Adult Swim, and then there was another. I think Comedy Central had some anime on it at times, like late at night. Like I think it was another. It was another channel that would actually show it.
Well, I had a satellite with it had ASIAN TV, so I would catch shows on there.
Nice.
At one time. and that one I would watch like Better Man now and then, here and there, and stuff like that.
Okay. Yeah, stuff I used to catch like when I was up too late, and I'd see it on TV. Be watching.
Very similar character designs too. Yeah.
Yeah, this one also has a higher score. Let's see, reviews. Far more favorable reviews of this than Go Danner.
I was gonna say, I kind of the character designs of this one.
Yeah, I love Van Dread. I rewatch it.
Gonzo, Studio Gonzo, nice.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen this one around before.
Yeah,
I don't know where, but like I've seen it in like advertisements for like animes and stuff. I've seen this.
Yeah, not too many people know about it, but everyone that I know that's seen it is loved it. It's not as goonerish or as ecchi, but there's two different space colonies that escaped from Earth thousands of years ago because Earth was too polluted. And one colony is just all women. The other colony is all men. And the way they reproduce is by cloning themselves. But they haven't actually, but they have space battles between men and women. And and there's nothing gay in there. It's just but it would be like, okay, like the women are like, they find like a donor woman to have the egg or whatever, and dudes are just cloning each other, and that's it. And then but they have aerial space battles between these two. And then the premise is one day two of the ships, a female ship and a male ship, end up or about to crash against each other and accept merge for some random reason. They're like, huh, that's interesting. And then and so then they're trying to find out about, the women are learning about men, and then the men are learning about women, and then they finally find out how to make a baby naturally and a bunch of other stuff. And
it's really interesting.
Then you find later on it does get kind of fucked up. You find out why Earth and stuff is different. But yeah.
No, dude, I really dig that. That sounds like a cool
I was about to say, I've heard of this one now that you've mentioned the plot, and I actually read the synopsis here. I have heard this one mentioned before. It's now on my watch list.
Yeah, it's I wouldn't say it's the greatest anime ever, but it has its good moments where like as you saw the UFO girl, she's the main love interest for our main character who was supposed to be executed from the men side of things. And so he had to escape anyway. He can't go back to the men's space colony. So, but other than that, I highly recommend it. Again, it's not the greatest like animation wise, but the storyline, you can probably dig it.
You said it came out the early 2000s.
Yeah. Okay, I'm looking at it. Year 2000.
So, okay, yeah. Fall 2000. Ooh, yeah.
That's interesting because one of the concepts in there is actually a concept that they dive into in another anime that we watched, Star Blazers. They dive into that in season 2 with the cloning. There's a whole race of people that just clone each other. They just keep cloning and cloning and cloning and cloning.
Atlanteans.
Atlanteans, yeah. That reminded me of that, and I really, I dig that type of stuff. So,
yeah. But I will say, I'm not going to spoil anything, but they will share a common enemy towards the end, and which ties together why the space colony started in the first place.
That's cool.
Does it have anything to do with gender theory?
No. Okay, I will say it has to do with pollution. But once you find out why, and then it makes sense, and then and it's pretty fucked up once you find out what happens.
I got a question for you then too on this, maybe for Crimson as well, since we're talking about mecha that may or may not have some ecchi elements to it and stuff. Did you ever get around to checking out like Darling in the Franxx as well, or like, because you said it has like kind of like a fucked up end, and a lot of people criticize the end of Darling in the Franxx. So I was just curious if you either of you checked that one out before.
No, I've heard quite a bit about it. I do hear a lot of people like season 1, but season 2 was not very well received because of the ending.
Yeah, it's a rough end. Yeah.
To me, like that would be kind of one of the things where I would probably go into it just to see if people's criticisms hold up, or if it turns into one of those series where I'm like, it actually ends pretty well. I don't see why people have a problem with it.
Well, okay. I think it's kind of like the Attack on Titan ending, where you got some people that hate. Well, most people hated it, and then some people, like me, for Attack on Titan, I'm kind of like, I didn't have a problem with it. And then he's like, so I do think Darling the Franks, I that one I need to rewatch and finish. I didn't finish it.
Oh, okay.
So I haven't got to the ending of that one. But overall, as long as it makes sense in the story wise for me, I might not mind. I think there's only one anime which become a time travel harem anime, where it made no sense watching it until the last 2 episodes. Was like kind of like combine every anime trope into the last 2 episodes. And when Crunchyroll, it's called Island. It's originally a game, but not to change the subject, but when Crunchyroll used to allow comments before Sony bought them and changed it, so everyone simulcastly watching it, each episode was like, I don't have the fucking clue what's going on. So you go to the comments section, and everyone in the comments is like, we're like episode 3, and does anyone even know what's happening? And all the way through.
Yeah. The comments section, man.
Yeah. Even me, I would literally watch this anime. I'm like,
toast to the fallen comrades in the comments section of Crunchyroll videos.
Yeah. So, but the last 2 episodes, it became like a out of a sudden action, and all kinds of stuff happened at the same time. I'm like, oh hell, what the hell? And then a twist ending. Yeah.
Yeah. So to move on to another one, I'm going to save my favorite of the 3. He left himself this time. I didn't do that.
Yeah, he's probably switching some stuff around.
He probably got home finally. Yeah. Anyway, so to move on to the next subject, since these are the pieces of homework, we kind of talked about this one a little bit already, but how about one of the most unhinged ecchi anime ever created? The one that I totally didn't use to haze Roman. Yep, there we go.
Yo,
back. How you doing?
I got bullied. I got bullied watching this show. Let me tell you something, okay? When Crimson was like, you'll be fine. Everything will be okay. Just get some, reactions and everything will be all right. Listen, Crimson and Muffler, people who are my friends, sat there and let me experience the singular greatest anime that I have ever seen in my whole life. Okay. This beats out Attack on Titan. This beats out Naruto. This beats out Dragon Ball. Nukitashi is my new favorite anime. Okay, and let me tell you why. The story is great. Okay, I love the characters. I love the world building. The flashbacks are epic. And let me just tell y'all something.
Making those motions with his hand.
Let me just tell y'all something, okay? Nukitashi is the single greatest piece of fiction ever made in history. Okay?
Is that right? You could be right. You're so right.
Okay, this one was on my watch list. I think, did it come out the same time as Please Put Them on Takumi-san?
I believe it came out the summer of last year, actually. Okay, and this is one of the ones I didn't finish during summer because I watched like 40 anime over summer.
Okay,
it wasn't a good choice.
Because Please Put Them on Takumi-san came out last year too in the 20.
I think that was spring though. I think it came out a season ahead of this.
Oh, okay. I did. It was on my watch list. I just got so much stuff on my watch list, but yeah, I do want. I love the premise. I do want to watch it.
Roman, now that you've made your joke, what do you actually think about it?
I mean, it's really not that much different. No. Okay. What I really think of it is, what the hell? Like it's kind of like
wrong.
It's still got a better overall reception than Go Danner.
That's messed up.
Score is higher too. Yeah.
Here's my thing. Like, who? Like, the person that created this was definitely a mad genius, because what what genius is like, you know what? Let's make Sex Island and like combine that with John Wick and make that into an anime.
Okay.
I have the answer.
I was gonna say, you said who's gonna make Sex Island, and I was like,
well, no, not me. No, okay, no. The answer is somebody that's making a lewd video game, a visual novel in Japan, and they're like, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make, Lust Island, okay, and it's just gonna be a sea of just nothing but bodily fluids and stuff. And I feel anyway. So yeah,
killed me.
But that's what it's based off of, is a visual novel from Japan.
That killed me.
So, yeah.
The thing that killed me was that like the main character was like, anti-lustful sex, and his whole goal was to keep his virginity the whole time. That's so funny. Most people look to lose it, but he was fighting to keep it. So that was kind of like, the funny twist. I was like, yo, this is so funny.
It wasn't to keep it.
The big thing is he's super ashamed of his massive fucking horse cock. So
he has
the one insult like
the magic dick.
I'm never gonna forget. Yeah. I'm never gonna forget those little kids saying, "What are you, a horse?" Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what? Yeah, what?
It has the golden ratio or whatever, right?
What is that dick ratio. No, sorry, it was a D-Day Cobra joke. He's black below the belt or something like that.
Black below the waist.
Oh, black from the waist. Yeah, black from the waist down.
From the waist down. That's Jeremy's joke.
Yeah, old school. Yeah, but no.
God dang.
But yeah,
keep going, Roman.
No, I mean, I was just gonna say, like, in all seriousness, like my first thought was like, why? And then my first thought was like, what the hell? And then like my second thought's like, why? But then,
I just realized it's not even listed as an ecchi; it's listed as erotica.
No, actually, that makes more sense. That makes more sense.
Yeah,
that actually makes more sense. And I'm thinking to myself, you know what? And y'all can tell me if y'all think that I'm wrong here. There's potential within this anime for there to actually be some like actual unironically good stuff here, but they're just actively choosing to not do that. And I think that's what makes it funnier, because I think that, like, in all seriousness, there's some good character moments. Actually, I do think that, but it's all just because the premise is so insane, I can never take it seriously, if that makes sense.
It gets harder to take it seriously the deeper you get into the series.
I would agree.
It's like trying to.
What an odd thing to say.
It's like trying to take Karate High School seriously. You're not supposed to. you're there for the ride. That's what you're supposed to.
I know.
What I will say
exactly.
is, this is honestly one of the most ridiculous things that's ever come out. And I will say, though, that I was unironically jamming to the intro on the job site today. I was up like 20 feet in the air with my earbuds in, just listening to the intro to this series on loop.
I do like it, actually.
It's a good intro.
Yes, it's a great intro. The uncensored intro is great too. Like
one of the better anime intros.
Okay, so is it like Please Put Them on Takumi-san? There's like a semi-censored, uncensored, or censored, or no?
So there's an uncensored, which will have an English dub, and then, a censored that has an English dub, and then an uncensored version that will show just about everything except for the actual genitalia that would be on screen if it wasn't covered in duck stickers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or the butthole.
Because I'm about to order Please Put Them on Takumi-san uncensored DVD.
Nice.
Jesus.
Respectable.
That's
honestly, I don't see why it was censored. I think Crunchyroll should copy High Dive in this instance and just let it all out.
Well, there's your answer, is Crunchyroll.
Yeah.
What? Because I'm also mad Crunchyroll got rid of Zombie Ass Toilet of the Dead when it was on there as well too. But it's on
what?
Yeah. So there's
Toilet of the Dead.
Yeah. So there's if you're familiar.
Sorry, wrong button. I wanted to do this. I didn't mean to kick you.
Wow.
I wanted to make you
there's
front center.
There's a live action Japanese movie called Zombie Ass Toilet of the Dead. and it's on the level of ridiculousness of like Sharknado. And basically, imagine
Really?
a village where there's this alien parasite that gives people uncontrollable diarrhea until they die or become zombies. And
What?
and if you
What?
are and if you're not disgusted by that, it's probably a 10 out of 10 movie. If you think the premise is weird, you're probably going to hate it. But I loved every aspect of it. It
sounds ridiculous. I'd probably watch it.
There are ridiculous parts in there, as like using your fart to propel you through the air. And
what?
Yeah.
There's something like that in Nukitashi, except for when he comes, he shoots a girl into an oncoming truck. So
yeah, he gave her supersonic back shots.
Literally thrust so hard he threw her into oncoming traffic.
It's getting bigger.
But she's like, ah! But
no, remember, it's getting bigger while he's thinking about his friends and his sister.
Oh man. Hey, incest is wincest, or how did I say it?
Yeah, whatever he said.
Hold on.
Well, it's like if you watch a
incest is wincest, I guess.
Oh man.
All over myself taking a drink during that clip. Anyway,
man.
sorry to interrupt you. You were saying?
Oh, me? I forgot. Wait, I thought I finished. I thought I finished what I was saying.
It's like a 10 out of 10 movie.
Oh yeah. So if you're not disgusted by the concept, it's going to probably be like a 10 or a 10, a 9 to a 10 out of 10 for you. If you're like, I hate stupid concepts and you hate Sharknado and stuff, and you don't like diarrhea and fart humor, you're going to hate the movie. So if you like diarrhea humor, there is some nudity in there. That's the other reason why I recommend it.
I'm sold.
And you can watch it for free right now on
You would
Tubi.
like that, Rolando.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Cool.
Sounds like a movie that I would become the number one hater of, so I'm probably going to stay away from it and not make everyone mad at me.
Oh, we should do a watch part also.
Well, I mean, dude, I did.
But again, like if you're into if you like Sharknado, where it's like, okay, you got this tornado shark and it's eating people in like whatever area they put out, like it's on that level of ridiculousness, but like Japanese though.
Well, I mean, I watched Sharknado because Corey Taylor was in the third one or fourth one from the Slipknot.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, this is funny. I'm gonna watch this just for that.
I think well, because you guys familiar with like Alien versus Ninja and stuff like that.
Yes.
Wait, okay, you haven't seen like Ninja versus Cowboy or anything, Crimson?
That I haven't seen. I've seen Cowboys versus Aliens though.
I have seen that one.
Mm-hmm. I've seen that one.
That one's not that bad.
I own that one. It's up there on my shelf.
Oh man,
it's half the shit you talk about on Mondays. Anyway.
Yeah, pretty much.
No, to loop back to like the Nukitashi thing. So, like I said, I started this because I heard some chatter about it going into summer season, and of course, because I cover a lot of the like weekly stuff. I cover not weekly, seasonal anime for Animated on Saturday. I was like, sure, why not? Let's try it out. How bad could this ecchi anime be? Little did I know it was labeled erotica, not ecchi. So the first episode opens up, and I'm just like, holy shit, this is the most unhinged anime I have ever seen in my life.
Yep.
I respect it. I ultimately ended up dropping it because it was one of those shows where, like, I'm kind of the person who takes things a little too seriously. And Nukitashi is one of those shows that you just can't take too seriously.
Oh, see, I don't take my own life seriously sometimes. Maybe it's a fault. Maybe that's why I'm unhinged a little bit.
But I did finish it for the show, so I got all the way through the whole thing. It isn't bad, but it does really, really take itself. At times, it can feel like it's taking its like whole like sexual revolution thing that's going on seriously. At other times, it is really just playing into the trope. Like, I mean, the dick landmines, really.
That was great.
Instantly
drops because they're a copy of, but they're a copy of his shit, and so it's just like they're just
drops them from
Grow 3D printed models of his dick, put them in like landmines that shoot them up into girls' pussies.
Best character is the 3D printer, bro.
Oh man.
Well,
I just ordered
the 3D printer is the best character, bro. I love how he just casually drops the fact that he's like, yes, so glad I brought my 3D printer with me. Now I can continue my hobby of making pocket pussies and selling them on the
But
what? He's like, yes, now I do this. And he just makes like different bombs.
He's a good Christian boy who like is also not a good Christian boy.
Well, there's that. It gets even funnier, Roman. He rigs up a bunch of like drones, like the four propeller drones with dick missiles.
What?
He uses them to shoot cum.
Okay,
the women chasing him.
It sounds like the author is watching me on stream. So I'm planning to make a gooner gun. So if you have a shotgun, right? You can buy rubber ducky shotgun bullets.
Mm-hmm.
So and then there's this whole thing where you can actually 3D print bullets now. So what I'm planning to do, I'm making I'm doing the AR platform, and of course I can't show you anything on stream because of YouTube. But so have you seen that video of the guy has like the AK airsoft and every time he pulls the triggers it like moans and stuff? So I'm copying that guy's idea. I don't know what waifu I'm going to put on this yet, but I want it to where if you broke into my house, the last thing you're going to hear is like some anime chick groaning or moaning or whatever, and like maybe a ooh woo, and I 3D printed.
Way to go out, man!
No, when you fucking got the gun above his head, you're like, any last words?
But I'm gonna 3D print because you can 3D print your own bullets now, and so I'm gonna 3D print boob shaped bullets. So like you're gonna be shot with a pair of titties and end up dying.
God bless.
Anyway, so the Nukitashi. There's one more step with the Nukitashi thing, though. The final episode involves the guy strapping a gun in between his legs and using it as a third hand to direct a fucking dildo spear at the girl he's fighting.
Excuse me?
Yes.
It sounds hilarious.
That sounds
it absolutely is. It is so ridiculous. So absolutely
and the fucking
hilarious.
the gun shoots out fucking fake sperm, as said by one character.
Yeah.
Did you listen to Rammstein?
Yes. I love Ramps. I was listening to Rammstein on my way home with the Sony.
No shit. There you go.
Yeah. I love Rammstein. Me too. I imagine myself as like having blonde hair and being like Conan the Barbarian, because you seen that one commercial was like the blonde hair guy, but there's someone made a how
I thought that was going to turn into a whole race joke, but it didn't.
Well, it was like how it feels to be white, and then it's like, and you hear the song and then whatever. I was like, I love that commercial, but and then I'm a quarter, so I partially have some of that.
Oh man.
Well, you know, Rammstein got banned from the U.S. I don't know if he still is. He got banned from the U.S. for a while.
Oh, damn.
Because of the giant dildo.
Oh, shit.
Well,
I mean, if you see Gigi Allen, that can't be that bad. So.
I mean, listen. All I'll say is, Crimson, thank you for showing Nukitashi to me. I will never be the same again. But you know what? I'm not complaining because I got to experience something that I don't usually get to see. So thank you.
We had to break you in for some of the things you're about to see.
So you were just prepping me. This was like
between Berserk and Mushoku Tensei, you are in for a wild ride.
Yeah, see, Berserk is going to put like hair on your chest and makes your balls drop. Like even if you think they dropped already, they're gonna drop some more.
They're gonna drop again.
I will say,
They're gonna drop even more.
I'll save it for the Berserk stream, okay? But like, man, this shit is fucking good. So yeah,
I have to be there because I love Berserk so much that I even suffered the 2016 Berserk.
As far as that stream goes, I was already planning to extend the invite to that one because you had mentioned you like Berserk. So you're welcome to come on and talk Berserk for that one too. So that'll be at the end of the month. I'll shoot you the details for that. But
all right, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
As far as this stuff goes, it's kind of like you had to lose the how do I say this in the most clippable way possible? We basically had to do the Roland, and someone had to take your virginity.
Yeah.
Excuse me? What?
We had to get you used to some of the content that was about to if I say the word come,
I'm so confused on what you're even referring to.
He needed to raw dog you, okay?
Pretty much. You just needed to be thrown into the deep end because I don't know if you've started reading Berserk or watching Berserk yet. But
it's pretty hardcore.
There's some titties. Occasionally you'll get a dick or two.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a special horse in one of the chapters.
Yes, the best character in Berserk, the horse.
Please don't. You know what? You guys have me concerned now. I'm scared.
Okay. Mike,
let me just put it this way before you go, Vagabond. Muffler Tape had been avoiding reading this series because he knew what it was going to be like. He got into it, and he is almost caught up on it.
Yeah, I'm on like 312. Like I'm a few chapters into the Fantasia arc now already.
Oh.
And that's like over a month and a half. Like, I mean, I had read The Black Swordsman a long time ago. Or, well, I'd say that about 6 months ago, I want to say I started checking it out. But, like, oh, my God, dude, I have really enjoyed this recently. I have a lot to say.
Yeah.
It's going to be good.
Because I even got, I even 3D print mech versions of the Dragon Slayer sword, too.
Hell yeah, dude.
And then, it goes, and I got 2 scales, one for high 144 scale Gunpla, and then the other one for the 100 scale Gunpla. That's been sitting there. I need to build. So.
Hell yeah.
Anyway, I know you had something you wanted to say on this subject. We were kind of talking about how hardcore Berserk can be.
Oh yeah, Berserk. I got for the hardcovers. I got volumes 1 through 10 so far. I just need the last 4.
Yeah, I'll be buying more of them at this point. I'm pretty convinced I'm gonna finish as much as I can on them anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's that. So that the part of that was that also this was kind of the whole ecchi thing was kind of an idea that me and Muffler Tape hatched together. Because, like, you know, Roman, you're pretty much a noob when it comes to anime. Like, you really started getting into a lot of these stuff because we were pressuring you for like the Fictionology streams and stuff. So, I mean, it was one of those things where we needed to just throw you into the deep end of ecchi, just so you know, like, there's some insane stuff that they allow.
Like I said, I'm glad that I became a regular on Fictionology because it gave me a reason to finish Attack on Titan. So yeah, but now that I'm here and I am fully into anime, I'm beginning to kind of see that I kind of understand in a way, I kind of understand why people who don't understand why people watch anime are like, you watch anime, but then also what I would say to those people is anime is awesome. So yeah.
That's something that we'll get into later in the stream after we've covered, the last entry that was on the homework list. But yeah, there are some more topics and stuff on like that subject that I did want to go over for this one. It was just like Nukitashi was another excuse for me to finish an anime that I didn't necessarily hate when I dropped it. It's just when you're watching 40 anime over summer and you have a busy work schedule, you start to lose your mind because you get like one of the few days off that you have, and you're just sitting there the whole day binging stuff to try and catch up for a live stream.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that is now why I pre-screen everything that I watch and try to determine what I'm going to beforehand.
Yeah, I'm behind on so much. A lot of the newer stuff I'm behind. It was like, okay, let me try to catch up and see some new stuff. I think one of the last, Please Put Them On Talking Me song was one of my last new ones. And then I did binge watch Gantz because that was one I missed from the past.
Gantz Zero?
Just Gantz. Well, Gantz Zero, the movie. I saw that first because I always just had it. I just didn't watch it. And I was like, oh shit, let me watch Gantz. So now I'm going to drop like $300 and something so I can get the whole manga series so I know the ending.
Yeah, I watched Gantz Zero when I was like younger, like years ago. That's why when I hear Gantz, I'm like, I don't know if there's another one, but I assume that's the one you're referring to.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, to move on with the night, to segue into the next thing. So we do have one more entry that was on the homework list, and this is one that I included because I think it's pretty much like the quintessential thing that I look for when it comes to like ecchi anime as a whole. And this is probably going to upset some people because I talk about it quite a bit ever since watching it for the Big Old Breakdown. I put High School of the Dead on the list, and this is probably my favorite ecchi anime, among my favorite ecchi anime I've ever watched, because it does hit a lot of the things that I do look for. Like I said when I was talking about my criterion for anime, the first three things on the list for like the priority category is storytelling, character work, and animation. In all three of these, I actually really liked what they did. And now, as compared to like Go Danner and the way it handled a lot of the relationship drama, I feel like this one did a pretty good job where you do have some of that, and it can be a little bit annoying at times, but they do a better job of handling it and the way things are. You go in Muffler Tape over there, alluding to the first episode where he just slaps the shit out of the girl.
Yeah, or the Barrett BMG and some boob physics.
Believe it or not, I actually did a bunch of math to see if that was like how much force would be involved in her tits wiggling like that during that scene.
Yeah.
Like I was just curious one day, and because for some reason, when it comes to certain things and numbers, I get really involved. So I started to say, okay, what's the average weight of a human female breast? All right, good, cool. Okay, how fast does a bullet travel? How fast would it be traveling across this distance of time? How much energy would be involved in these boobs moving back and forth around this bullet as it's traveling across her chest to not get hit? How much energy would be transferred into her chest? The answer is they would not rip off, but it would hurt her quite a bit if her tits were wagging that fast.
So you spent all that time and effort looking into that. Why not just become a scientist and like try to cure, cancer or something with like, that
I am
level...
the leading researcher on jiggle physics. What are you fucking talking about?
Are you like a jiggle scientist now or something?
I am a jiggle physicist.
All right, bet.
And then I'm one of the feet connoisseurs.
And I guess I'm the thigh master? Question mark? Not for sure on that.
I'm the
that is your anyway. To finish up my point on High School of the Dead is I was actually really into the story and characters for this one. Like I thought this was going to be like a dumb throwaway series that Biggles and Little Chad picked just because it's one of those considered classic stories.
Yeah.
No, it was actually really fucking good when I watched it. Like the animation was solid. I really liked the characters and the storytelling, like the whole thing all the way through. Like 9 out of 10 show, if you ask me. Like this is probably one of my favorite ecchi anime I've ever watched.
Wow.
And the school nurse, if there was a school nurse like that at my school, perpetually pregnant is the only way to describe that situation. Okay.
Hey, I had a Spanish teacher that, man, given the chance, I would have.
Yeah, and honestly, as far as ecchi anime goes, with almost 1 million users rating this with a 7.6, it's a pretty good score on my anime list for ecchi because a lot of people do review bomb these things because they're not, because they're ecchi.
Yeah.
And the overall reception was pretty good. So
I think this one just gets a pass because of the action. because you got the people who are like, I wouldn't say they're action snobs, but that's what like their wires or brain is if a show has action in it or whatever. And it has a good balance of that in there to where things these same people would normally complain about, they just don't on this one. And then but other than that, like I love the series too. Like I have it on my hard drive that I watched it over a lot. And one, like the animation's clean, everything. I honestly I don't have any complaints about it. My scale rating things is different than a lot of people's, because I do think people are afraid to give things 10s if they can't find flaws with something. So
I'm not afraid to give 10s. It just has to be a really special anime to me.
Dude, there's only one 10 that I can actually come up with.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
better not be sorry, I almost sinned.
If you're about to start sucking Sosuke Aizen's cock again, I'm going to boot you.
It's not Bleach.
Okay.
I'm not even. There's only one 10 thing that I've ever seen that I would call 10, and that's the Lord of the Rings trilogy. I know it's not anime, but I haven't found another 10 that I'm like, I love every single second of all of this.
Well, to be fair, in Japan, if you've seen the animated version of Lord of the Rings, what makes the animated version a 10 for me is the orcs singing in harmony about the crack of the whip.
Yep. You're talking about the Ralph Bakshi one? Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay.
I know exactly what he's talking about.
You're gonna have to show me a fucking clip of this shit or something, because
you haven't seen it.
It's like a song in the book.
Yeah,
it's a song in the book. Yeah,
it's like my favorite part. Like I sing along to this one, and just to give you a reference, I'm your friendly neighborhood Uncle Tom. So,
oh my god. You would fit in perfectly on the Roller Road Cat.
I've been meaning to say this, dude. It's so funny because Vagabundo and I have crossed paths like two ships of the night through chats for years, and I've never actually had the chance to talk to you, bro.
Oh man, yeah, but yeah, because like I had I just pissed off some Indian guy on Twitter earlier today. So like he's trying to do like black talk to me, and I'm like, have you seen my actual profile and anything I'm on? Like, there's nothing there's no black joke you could say to make me.
I was about to say, I've been around you maybe like, I don't know, 5 or 6 times. And I'm just like, yeah, this guy just fully embraces all of the racist jokes. He's like, he thinks they're hilarious too. And it makes it that much funnier.
It really does. It really does. Because like ever since I've been watching G&G, I feel like Vagabundo has been around.
Yeah, super chats are kind of legendary. I remember super chats being pretty wild.
Oh yeah, well, like I'm gonna be at the next meetup in Orlando. So
MegaCon.
Yeah, I'll be at MegaCon.
Dude, I'm trying to get there. I'm trying to go.
Yeah, it's a 5-hour drive for me. But like, even when I go to the Vegas meetup, someone gave both Ryan Kennel and Jeremy N-word pass. So they so as soon as I get there, and they're like, oh shit, it's him. So they run up to me, look what someone gave me. That was like, oh shit. Well, because like how I really got started was I got that infamous picture with Ryan Kennel where I said like take away my black card or whatever, and that pissed off like all of Black Twitter or whatever.
Yeah, bro. I remember. I know all the lore. It's like you're known in the G&G community, so like that's just great. Yeah, no, I'm trying to get down there. If I can make it work, I will be there because I was talking to X-Wing about it and showing up to the Ripperverse booth and talking to those guys. So
yeah, well, not to change the subject, but last year at that booth, randomly, because we all just pretty much huddled in front of Eric's booth. And a random group of guys in banana outfits walked up, and then a random group of guys that had nothing to do with the banana guys were all dressed up as like the modern version of the Planet of the Apes guys or whatever. And they're like, oh, and they start hollering and stuff. And
no shit.
And I join in with them. And if you know MMA Crease, I guess there was like some black lady standing next to him, shaking her head like, "What the hell is wrong with me?" or whatever. So,
not to interrupt, the storytelling and all that, but I do want to get back a little bit to High School of the Dead. So Roman or Rolo, have you guys watched this one? Did you guys get around to this one?
Yeah, I got around to like the first 4 episodes of it.
All right. So what did you think?
Well, me personally, I dig it. I like the fact that he kind of goes into emergency mode immediately, where he's like, he sees it just because he's out there like on his break, and he sees what happens, and he immediately just goes, "Well, that's not right. Let's fucking go, everybody! Like we're out. We need to get out of here."
I'm going straight to the ex-girlfriend who dumped me. I'm gonna slap her and drag her along.
Well, here's the thing, though. If that's listen.
He saved her, yes. Like he straight up saved her life.
No. It's not even just that. Let me put myself in that scenario, which is what I did, right? When I'm watching this, and I put myself in such a scenario where I'm just out there. Let's say I'm out there, I'm smoking a cigarette or whatever, and I see some people just start freaking killing each other and eating each other. I'm gonna be like, my first thought in my mind is like, this makes no sense, but that's some zombie shit. So, if the only other person that I know has had a physical connection to me or has had an emotional connection to me, the only other person in my area is my ex-girlfriend, I'm gonna go and be like, yo, we gotta get the fuck out of Dodge right now because we gotta get out of here before people start rioting, which is exactly what happened. And I'm glad the show actually showed that because people would freak like that when the principal or whatever who was on the mic was talking, and then it ends with him getting murdered and everybody freaks out. Good on him for like actually showing the fact that there's no way you can control that horde of humans. Like they're gonna freak out. All this other shit. You actually do see guys like some people lose their minds. There's some people that are like, screw it, I'm just gonna like take this girl, and other people are like just beating the shit out of each other, and other people are just booking it. Like it's some craziness. So like I really appreciate the fact that in the beginning, hail Hero Darky Dark.
Just by the way, he's an indie comic guy who I've had on here a couple of times. He has a really fun series called Relentlessly Bullied Hero.
Well, that's the one that you and I whenever. Well, hell, buddy. But anyway, I really love the fact that he was like, I see this shit going down, and I'm already ahead of it. Like I'm getting to the homies, I'm grabbing the homies, and we're dipping immediately as fast as we can, and like it's funny. Hey,
yo.
You would probably like it, Roman, because it has a tall, dark-skinned, kind of goth dominatrix girl.
Relentlessly bullied.
Here's my question: does she hit any of the characters?
Yes, I think so.
Or step
okay,
on
cool.
Or
anyway, sorry to derail you, Roland. You were on
fine.
something.
Yeah, sorry.
It's fine if it allows for Roman to be clipped. It's okay. But no, I love that because, like for instance, I really kind of felt that kind of vibe with the main character, Takashi 6ix9ine, baby. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But I actually did wonder for a second, like, wait, this is an older anime. Like, did he actually just take the name of that guy? Because he's a weirdo, so maybe this would be his favorite anime. But Takashi, I like that he just has to deal with what he has to do. Like, he's got to kill his best friend. But he doesn't actually do it. Like, it's kind of, he's like, it's some real messed up shit. But for me personally, I've been in situations where I've seen something going down where I'm like, we got to get the fuck out of here now. Or we got to prepare for this now. And like that kind of really, I really liked that. Like so far throughout all the different edgies, like yeah, there's some fan service, but I wouldn't say that this show is over sexualized or anything like that. So far from what I've seen.
Well,
you missed the good shit.
As far as it's gonna get better in that regard. As far as I would say is I've always described writing kind of like cooking. That's why I usually or just like entertainment as like you're making any series as like cooking. You know, trope being the ingredients and all that. And I've always talked about fan service being more so like a garnish that makes a good series great.
Indeed.
Rather than something that is like the whole meal in and of itself. And this one kind of exemplifies what I talk about when I say stuff like that. I'm not opposed to fan service, but I want a series that in and of itself is good on its own. And then you can put the fan service on top of it. It becomes so much better. Like,
well, I mean, I you know,
Kojima wants to be a Kamen Rider.
Yeah, but
it's a fun series. The moment Tackle shows up and her tits are jiggling the whole time, hell yeah.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you. That's kind of what Bleach is with the like fan service on top of the story. But like,
I'll give you that one.
But I do want to say right here, like Thumb Ugly said in chat, like the zombie movie style riot shit happened for real down here in Louisiana in Hurricane Katrina. Absolutely. Yeah. My dad was doing restoration work back then, and that with Sandy, all that other stuff. Yeah. He was dealing with all that stuff, even from PA, because we were sending people fucking everywhere to try and help out. And so I get it. But what I really enjoyed about it is that like I could connect with it because when there was tornadoes in Pennsylvania, which made no fucking sense. Like
I was about to say, you guys get tornadoes out there? I thought that was a Midwest thing.
We weren't supposed to, but we did.
Do now though. Yeah.
We do now, though, yes. So the tornadoes that swept through PA last year, I was at work, and I was looking out one of the windows at work, and I was like, we got to get every customer in the middle of the store. And everybody's like, you're fucking around. And I'm like, I'm not. Like, I've seen this shit. I've been in Oklahoma through a tornado. I've seen this shit. The sky is green. The sky is green. If the sky is green, get in the center of the store or get in the fucking basement. Like, we gotta fucking get out of here, dude. Like, so I was the one who shut the entire fucking store down because nobody would believe me. So that's why when I'm seeing this shit and he's like, yo, there's people killing each other. We gotta go. I'm like, yo, I'm on you. I'm on you, Takashi. I got you, bro. I'd be with him in a heartbeat. He'd be like, there's people killing each other. When I make that shit up, I'd be like, you know what? Probably not. Yep, let's go.
I just watched a motherfucker eat another motherfucker.
I was watching a tree outside going like this. I was like,
there was one day here in Illinois, I watched a full-on grill get lifted into the air because of just a storm.
Yeah.
Now later we ended up getting trapped on one side of this lake community we were working on because it was the only road in that got like the biggest fucking tree to fall over it. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, there's a lot of cool things
about sorry, I just want to thumb ugly tattoo guy.
Oh yeah,
good shit.
No.
Roland, is that it, or do you have more to say?
I mean, that's pretty much it for that. From what I've seen so far, I do plan on finishing High School of the Dead. I just haven't. I did enjoy it though. I thought it was pretty solid. I love the fact that he's just beating the shit out of zombies and he just goes, "What even the fuck is happening?"
Yeah. Roman, how about you?
Yes, sir.
How much of this did you watch? What did you think?
So I saw the first 2 episodes, got to halfway through the third, and then I had to go back to work and I never, watched it again afterward. But I do intend to finish it. But my first thought when I started it was like, okay, so, like I said, okay, so like High School of the Dead, again, I'm dumb. I thought it was going to be about ghosts. But then when I saw that it was zombies, I was like, so basically, this is World War Z, the anime.
Pretty much.
I mean, there's some crazy shit that happens in it.
You never played like House of the Dead or any of those?
Yeah, it's pretty much that. Yeah. House of the Dead is the shit.
But like my thing is that I was like, you know what? This is kind of cool. And like I like the action, and like to me, yes, kind of like what y'all were saying, like, yes, there's fan service. But it didn't after watching after watching Nukitashi, I was like, yo, this is kind of a breath of fresh air. Like, you know, this is actually good. Like, this is actually not like this actually isn't all that bad. And like the action's cool. And like, yes, there are some enjoyable scenes, but I was thinking to myself, this is actually genuinely something that I could come back to. And I'm going to come. Roland, stop laughing. Roland,
what was that?
Stop.
What was that? You're about to finish something?
He said he was about to come.
No.
Anyway, continue, Roman.
Sorry, dude.
Just ignore the fucking dumbass, okay?
I saw him like starting to laugh, and I just stopped. But no, I actually intend to finish this one, so I'm kind of interested to see like how it ends. And zombie anime, give me honestly, give me more, because World War Z is cool, and so I kind of want to see World War Z, but in, you know, anime. See, I've always wanted World War Z to get an, you know, animated adaptation. So this is kind of the closest that like we're ever gonna get to that, I feel like. So
not to rain on your parade, because I do think you should finish High School of the Dead. It's really good. The issue is it will never be finished.
Yeah, we won't get a season 2. Yeah,
the author
passed. Yeah, the author passed away.
And there's only like 40 chapters of the manga, as far as I understand. Yeah. The worst part is you'll watch High School of the Dead, and then they do an OVA, like a beach episode OVA, and they comment on like, "Hey, see you in season 2." Never gonna happen.
What?
It's one of the biggest fucking tragedies.
What?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That freaking OVA was amazing too. It sucked.
Yeah. So like you were saying, like this is one that it exemplifies the things that I have repeatedly said I want out of ecchi anime. Like the good show, you sprinkle the fan service on top of it, all of a sudden you have a great show. The fan service in this was actually pretty good. Overall, I think they did a good job of balancing, you know, like giving the titties and not being like super over the top with it and making it the entire focus. There was still a good story there, lots of good action, and in particular, you do have, you know, the gun nerd actually being like a really useful dude throughout the whole series. A lot of the characters who are involved are very useful for their different talents. Like you have the sword chick, the spear chick, the gun nerd. You have the tsundere who's from the rich family who really, really likes the main character.
Yeah, you have the delinquent, kind of the main character. I mean, he's semi-delinquent anyway.
Bro, that freaking gun nerd was one day away from a school shooting. Straight up.
Bro, yes.
Don't say that on my channel. Fuck.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
In anime.
Yeah, I think the cool thing about High School of the Dead is it also delves into the different types of human psyche, and the main character Takashi. The thing about him, because normally we'll get the protagonist where it's like, oh, I got to do what I can to save everybody. Well, realistically, you can't save everybody, and so that's what makes High School of the Dead different than a lot of other animes. It's like, you know what? I see the writing on the wall. I can't save everybody. Let me save the closest people that are to me. So he did his best friend and his ex-girlfriend, and whatever. And then for when it comes to the fan service scenes, the way it's done in this show, it's more like a flair as to what you basically it shows the like, okay, like if you're an artist and then like you make a cake or whatever and then you put the cherry on top, it shows your skills, because that boob scene, the way it's animated, someone drew all that together. So that was I think a lot of fan service is also a way for artists to kind of show off a bit, to like either their art skills or whatever, and incorporate it with the story. Some is more flashy than the others, but I think it's when it comes to High School of the Dead, once you get to that, so I'm guessing you guys didn't get far enough in there yet. But once you get to that 50 BMG scene, and you get to see the flair and the work and quality that these guys did to make those jiggle physics happen and stuff to fly between those pair of boobs.
Well, it's not just that one girl's boobs. He he can't get the strap off of the other girl, so he literally is just like, all right, you are now my sandbag. I'm going to use you as the gun mount, and every time I fire, your titties are going to jiggle right next to my face.
Yeah,
which then has repercussions for her afterwards. It's great.
But he uses her like an object.
But yeah, but the other thing too is, it does well with the human psyche. So like, I'm not, again, I don't think you guys are that far yet, but you get the teacher that's on the school bus, and he makes his cult following thing, and he does.
It wouldn't be the first time I'm on a bus with an asshole before or whatever, right? Like, yeah.
right. So I think it was because it deals where like a lot of people were to act differently, where you normally don't get in other shows that will be like a zombie type show. You're not going to have, or some type of natural disaster. Well, I wouldn't say zombies a natural disaster, but some type of disaster like that. It's usually the characters are always calm, cool, and collective. Well, this one gives you a whole wide range of emotions.
Well said. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's definitely not something I would have thought about myself. But now that you pointed out, like, yeah, that's a really good writing element to the series.
Yeah, it really is. Great point.
I watched the series about 4 times myself. I was able to watch it with Rolando, so that was pretty cool, introducing somebody new. I tried to start the series with him about October because, hey, we're getting like Halloween. Let's watch some zombie shit, right? So it was interesting, but I've watched it a lot. I even read the manga at one point. I don't remember 100% clearly. I tried to go back and see kind of the last couple chapters of the series too, because I kind of wanted to see how close they got to the bleeding edge and stuff of what material there was to adapt. But I like the series a lot. I mean, like, it's very easily accessible. American culture is totally down with zombies. So to see something like this, from Japan, and it having a more adult tone, as well as not being afraid to shy away from uncomfortable moments, whether that be, the titillating or the, there's like some grape scare shit, at the gas station, right? For example, okay, or with the cult leader and stuff. There's some creepy elements to the story too. So I like it top to bottom. And really quick, just my only extra bit that I wanted to add to this was, Roman, if you do like zombies, I can think of 2 prominent zombie animes. This one and Zom 100, right? And this one is probably well known compared to Zom 100 because of some issues with it. But I would look at them where Zom 100 does have
Bug Films.
Yeah, let's hope they don't fuck it up next time, okay? Because we got one coming up in a couple months. But the thing is that it's more hopeful because it's the short list. It's Zom 100 bucket list of the dead, okay? And he makes a list of things he wants to do before he gets turned into a zombie, and it's colorful and it's hopeful and stuff. But it still has ecchi in it. It's just not as prominent. So
I can already tell it's gonna make me cry buckets of tears. I already know, because they're probably gonna show the moment where like he is like crossing off his list, and then like he can feel that he's starting to turn into a zombie, and he's probably gonna be like,
it's not quite what you think, But
positive.
It's still good because it's basically like so. To add a little bit to the premise that Muffler didn't talk about, it's a guy who has spent his entire life slaving for what Japan calls a black company, which is basically just a company that kind of ignores or works around labor laws and abuses their employees.
Yeah, I watched the.
So when the apocalypse happens, he's not stressed out about it. He's relieved that he doesn't have to go into work.
Yeah,
he has
time off for once in his life.
Okay,
and
well, speaking of, you go, keep continuing.
And he gets really excited about it and starts making a bunch of like a bucket list of all the things he wants to do.
Yeah,
that's the premise of Zom 100. So he kind of reconnects with some of his old friends, goes on a little bit of an adventure, meets a very, very tsundere girl and a German weeaboo.
Who has big hoo-has.
Mm-hmm. A German weeaboo in samurai armor with a spear.
Okay. Also, too. Speaking of zombies, have you? I don't know. Are you guys into slice of life anime or no?
I love all kinds of anime.
Okay.
I watch anime.
Depends on the.
I watch them all. I like anime.
Listen, if the anime hits me,
it doesn't matter.
Okay, so one I can recommend.
I love all anime.
Okay, guys, let Vagabundo speak.
Oh, no worries. But yeah, another one I can recommend. That's this one's not ecchi at all. It's called School Life Club, and what's brilliant about it, there's only 12 episodes. There's also a live action, but if you're going to watch the anime, really pay attention to the intros because the intro changes every single episode.
I love when anime does that.
Yeah, because so the intro you don't want to skip because but the premise is it's a zombie apocalypse and everyone's dead around them, so there's just these girls and their teacher left at the school, and one of the girls pretty much lost her mind, so they want to keep surviving, but at the same time trying to pretend that they're in a club that they just stay at. That's why they just stay at the school the whole time, and they just want that girl to fill out her last moments in high school and graduate, even though they're not really doing anything. That one's pretty good. And then another one to bring back to like the etchiness, Train to the End of the World or something like that. One of the episodes, there's zombies that look at the girl's panties and they get nosebleeds and explode.
I think I've seen clips.
40 zombies. Good to know. I'm down.
The bonk zombies.
Hold on a second. I'm going to pull some of these up here so that we can look at them on stream. It would help if I hadn't drank copious amounts of alcohol. That would probably be great right now.
I needed some alcohol, but
yeah. Anyway, so this is Train to the End of the World. This is the one you were talking about with the panties, right? Where the zombies just evaporate whenever they get the panty shot.
Pretty good.
It's not every episode that happens.
Actually, pretty good reception so far.
Yeah, and then School Life Club, if it is a slower pace one, but there are good. There's a lot of good moments in there, and there's a live action, which I need to see the live action because I'm interested in how they're going to play that out. School Live, Live. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
And then Club.
It's a School Live Online. Is the same thing, or
Club.
Let's see.
Oh, okay. So that is the one. Then,
yeah, that's it. That's it.
Okay.
Wow, it's actually a really good score.
Yeah, it's there are sad moments in there, and
holy.
Wow. I really it's on High Dive, and I believe the live action is also on High Dive.
Hey, good shit.
There's nothing gooner in this one because it's more I wouldn't say it's wholesome, but what they're trying to do is wholesome.
Sure.
Right. They're trying to make it wholesome, but it's like it's really like have you ever watched Vagabundo? You ever watched Bastard?
Yes.
Okay, so you know that Bastard is very similar to like that vibe. Then it's just like it's trying to be wholesome, but it's like he's just like
trying
to goon the whole. Yeah, Okay.
Yeah, but this one, like, there's nothing etchy in that one, but it's I think it's at least worth the one-time watch.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
all
I'm
right.
not looking for. I'm not seeking out etchy in general. It's just.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, I watch just like Crimson. I watch like a
Yeah.
variety. So like, if
Me too.
I'll watch anime that's like depressing and sad, and then
Me
the
too.
next moment, I'll watch something that's like super, like Hamtaro or Chi Sweet Home or something.
Like Chain Soldier this season. So yeah, like
I feel like every genre has at least one or two things that I will or to offer.
That's great.
I try not to dismiss things wholesale, even though I am not a huge fan of like mecha or magical girls. Those are probably the two genres I watch the least. There are still things in there that I do really like. Evangelion being an example of a mecha that I enjoy. Same with Attack on Titan. Sorry, I just had to make that joke.
Well, speaking of, have you seen Gushing
or
Over
like-
Magical Girls?
So
I've seen a couple of episodes of that, but for me, the magical girl stuff that I like is actually Machi Maho. I screwed up and made the wrong girl a magical girl.
Oh,
I'm really I'm really like pulling for that one to get an anime adaptation because it deserves it. Imagine that Sailor Moon was a chain smoking delinquent who beat the shit out of everyone who pissed her off.
Just to give Vagabundo a vibe of the anime that I watch, I'm just gonna tell you like what some of my favorites are real fast. That would be Bleach, Tokyo Ghoul, Attack on Titan. Like I like the darker shit.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of my thing. Like, but of course I love Naruto. Of course I love Dragon Ball. Of course I love all the OG stuff like that. All the great big three. And I think haven't really delved too far into One Piece, but I like more stuff that's like out of the realm of the normal zeitgeist, like Akame ga Kill.
You like the grittier stuff.
I do. I really like.
Have you seen Monster or Violence Jack?
Ooh,
Monster's still on my list.
I gotta read that one. I got a bunch of the manga.
I have not seen that, and if that's a recommendation from you, then I'll take it.
Yeah, that one
might end up being a Fictionology pick in the future, to be entirely honest.
That one
probably next year, yeah, or maybe this year. I don't know.
I was on my stream the other 2 weeks ago talking about dark and depressing anime, and no one else on my panel was like, "Yeah, we'd just rather watch happy stuff." I'm like, I was like, "Oh, come on! Don't you want to feel sad sometimes?"
Takepi's Original Sin.
That's one I need to watch.
The depressing and sad stuff has its point. Like, what was something recently I watched that was really
in April.
Hell Teacher Nube. That's the one I watched this week. That's last week for Chat's pick. It had a really good episode about this woman who basically like lost everything during the firebombing of Japan during World War II. And her dead daughter ends up becoming this spirit called Zashiki Warashi. And in Japanese folklore, this is a household spirit who brings good luck.
Yes.
So basically, this woman's daughter becomes one of these, and it just kind of runs around, doing good things for everyone. And the main character of the series is the teacher, pretty much. Well, not necessarily. I think it might be the tsundere girl. But the teacher realizes what's going on. He does all of this to basically like set up this reunion between mother and daughter. And honestly, like it's sad. It's kind of like heartbreaking at times, but like the depressing stuff has a point. There's a place for that, and I feel like some people should be able to like go into those. Like, I get a lot of people will like avoid stuff like Grave of the Fireflies because they don't want to be sad, or Your Lie in April or stuff like that. But I feel like there are times where you just need to sort of like embrace tragedy, because if all entertainment, if all fiction ever becomes is happy endings and like everything good ever happens, you kind of lose a part of human expression that deals with very heavy subjects that people might not know how to deal with themselves.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think I want to. There is something I want to say on that point. Real fast, which is just like it's gonna step out of anime for just a second, but just in storytelling in general, like there's a reason why Revenge of the Sith has such an impact on me, because I watched it when I was 5 years old, and like that, the impact of that movie and things like that. Like, yeah, it's not the best movie in the world, but it has a great story, and it really shows you how a hero can fall, and like things like that. Like that really hits me. Like the darker stories, things that kind of go around that end. Like even if it's just the end of Lord of the Rings where they think they're all gonna die.
Yeah.
It's the same exact thing. And then we get into these anime, and like with Bleach, like there's a scene where Ichigo is pretty much dead, and he's just getting pounded like into the ground by a massive fist. I see you, mufflers. I'm gonna be freaking weird, and he's just getting like completely destroyed. He's basically dead. It does like the hollow comes out to save him, So like I like stories like that where it's like there's almost zero hope, but like you still have the hero. Like that's the type of shit that really, which is why I'm enjoying Knights of the Kingdom.
What you're describing is the borderline between nihilism and dark fiction.
Well, that's exactly where I'm at. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's kind of
dark fiction rides on the idea that there is at least a shred of hope. Nihilism is this idea that there is no hope whatsoever and that there is no point. And
which is why I don't want to use the word nihilist.
Well, I think for me, when I see like if a show can make me cry for a character that dies in there, and I think the author does his job of how that tells me that it was good writing because I actually like believed in the character or whatever, right?
Exactly.
Like one because normally I don't cry in my normal everyday life, right? But then like I watch like I'm someone who rewatch Grave of the Fireflies just to get that feeling. Or one of my other favorites is Now and Then, Here and There, where like it's 56 episodes of depressing material and until the ending. And so like yeah, and it's like, oh man, but like it's one of my favorite series because I think it's so well written that like I know it's fiction. The character, they don't look like real people, but if I'm able to shed the tear for a fictional character, and that just tells me how good the story also is.
Exactly. Yeah. And for me, like what I tend to do is I'll go back and watch specific scenes from certain movies or anime that actually give me that feeling, right? Because we don't get that anymore. We don't get these shows and like movies that actually kind of like hit you that way. It's very rare to find something like that. So I do find myself going back and watching certain scenes from, multiple animes that we've discussed on this channel, like Hanji's death in Attack on Titan.
Certain things the music to that one too.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, when a character can hit you like that, they have been written very well.
Like
Jiraiya's death in Naruto.
Yes, Erwin's charge. Then you also have there's two Erwin charges that both hit you like that, which is the first one
Advance Goddamn You and My Soldier's Rage.
Yes. Yeah, Advance Goddamn You is probably some of the best shit ever. But then you also get the scene in Tokyo Ghoul where you have like the wedding, and they're getting fucked up at the wedding, and Kaneki's just crawling. And it's like, I swear to God, you better make it to Toka or else I'm going to freak out. I'm going to start throwing shit out the window. And then like at the same time, you also get this type of stuff in movies with like in Revenge of the Sith.
We'll get there, Muffler Tape. Don't worry. We'll come back to him. I got him.
Every single time with Revenge of the Sith, I just want Order 66 not to happen. Like it's just like, so you get these different stories, but like I do like the tragedy stories because the tragedy stories really show you like how somebody that has so much grace and honor and righteousness can actually fall.
I'm just thinking of the Padawan jokes every time now that you mentioned that. It's like,
Roman, anyway. What were you going to say?
Okay, so first of all, if we're talking about scenes that kind of have that sort of an impact, I was kind of thinking to myself, because like I said earlier, I'm watching, my family, we were watching through, dude, y'all, look, the Acro Silky flashback scene.
Okay,
dude, that whole scene made like
Every
watching it back
time.
a second time with my family made me cry even more than when I was watching it with y'all. But what I wanted to say about Crimson's point earlier was that that's kind of why I've gone back and forth myself about the ending of Attack on Titan. In fact, the whole entirety of season 4, because I like it. I'm not saying that I don't, but I know Crimson has shared his point of view on it, and it's kind of mine now too, where like I don't like the nihilism. Like there has to be a little bit of hope. Just even if it's like a little
To
fleeting bit
clarify
of
for
hope.
those of you who haven't known, not to interrupt you too much, but my point on the ending of Attack on Titan isn't necessarily that I have a problem with what Eren did, but the way it all gets resolved in how Isayama himself kind of goes into this mode of like, you have this opportunity for peace, but it doesn't succeed.
Well, wait, Crimson, let me stop you for a second. Chat, you guys can all go back to Crimson Law's channel and find where we talked about Attack on Titan, and you will get all of his takes. Now, please go back and watch that video.
Some of my takes have evolved from there, to be honest. So
that is true, but still,
that's why I'm just saying it here.
Okay,
we're gonna get back to Roman here really quick. I appreciate the shout out, but I just want to say, like, my point on it has been, we've talked about this over a couple of streams, especially like Evangelion when we had Lethal on to talk about that, and a couple of the other ones. Like when it comes to the way Isayama handled it, it feels like an entirely unnecessary stab in the back over the whole thing. Like Eren sacrifices a ton of stuff for his friends. He does all of this horrible stuff because he knows it's the only thing that he himself can do to try and like prevent all of his friends from dying horrible deaths at war. And then all you had to do was leave it at Armin saying it is our chance to make peace with this and to move on from it or not. And then the final scene of Attack on Titan is everyone going back to war.
I mean,
not necessarily the crew you grew up with, but Eldia and the mainland going back to war. And it kind of feels like a stab in the back.
I don't even know that it is Eldia at that point. Like,
well, I kind of read it different. Well, I kind of saw that differently. I don't know if you want to do an Attack on Titan stream right now, but
go for it. We've been talking about it. Go for it.
All right. I kind of read that is no matter what, human nature is we're gonna have wars no matter what anyway. So I think they did save Eldia, but I think that last scene was just, it's human nature to fight with each other, and just for whatever reason we're gonna have wars over some trivial or maybe not trivial thing, whatever. That's kind of how I read that.
I think that's I don't think that's necessarily an invalid interpretation of it, but not to get too much into the Attack on Titan stuff or any of that, because this is supposed to be about ecchi anime and manga, which I do have some collection and stuff that I do want to go through and talk about those before we get to some serious topics.
That is an interesting take right there, Thumb Ugly. I watched the first season of AOT and I lost interest.
Don't feel bad, man, because like I watched the first episode and I just put that away and said, this is not for me forever, until finally I got pulled into it by a friend who's like, no, man, you have to watch this. This is like the Game of Thrones of anime. And I'm like, fine. And I watched it and it was really good. It's not my favorite, but like I can respect it quite a bit.
I watched it at Roland's house.
And anyway,
I watched it at Roland's house. And yeah,
I kind of forgot where we were. We were kind of talking about the dark fiction stuff. We got dragged into the Attack on Titan stuff. Was someone making a point that they got cut off on?
No,
I was the one that made the point. That's okay.
Yeah, and then we were going to go to Roman, but Roman had to step away for a couple minutes, so now he's back. So Roman, you were going to say something?
Well, just what I was gonna say was that Roland like mentioned scenes, and so I was thinking about like the Acro Silky scene, like trying to think about that, or another scene that personally impacted me was after Itachi gets reanimated during the Ninja War, and after he reveals the truth to Sasuke, he puts his forehead on Sasuke's forehead and tells him that he will love him always. Like, dude, as a brother, like that in my heart every single time that I see that. But I think that's kind of, to me, the sign of a good show, movie, or anime, or even comic. Like, there's moments in comics where like this might, and y'all probably have done it reading like mangas, but I've cried reading comics. Like
big time.
Yeah. Like
it's
yeah,
not
like
necessarily
when
that,
die or something.
and this is a good transition to kind of swing into the manga discussion, because there are some in here that I think Monthly Tape is going to have some comments on. But to like sort of bring it off, like this, I would describe the way that My Dress Up Darling is written as kind of the same thing. And it might not necessarily move me to tears, but there's something deeply compelling and relatable about the main character of the series to me. So Wakana Gojo is someone who I personally can like feel for. And that's kind of, this is an ecchi series, by the way. That's why I have it on hand right now. There are some, it's all about, lewd cosplay. It's all about basically fandom, pretty much. But effectively, Wakana Gojo is a dude who hides all of his passions from people because he's afraid of them like calling him weird. And this probably would have ended up being one of the ones that I put on the list, if not for the fact that I feel like it deserves its own fictionology, if we're going to cover it at all. And that'll probably happen if it ends up getting to season 3. But basically, like, I can feel for that character because that's how I was up till college. Like, there were a lot of things I really enjoyed, but was scared to really get into or to talk about because I thought people would consider me weird or like not necessarily think it was like a good thing for me. So when I got into college and I met a bunch of different people who were all into similar things that I was interested in, one time I actually, in like my English class, we spent the entire time, instead of doing the assignment, talking about our favorite Pokemon. We didn't get in trouble for it, by the way. Instead of doing the English assignment, we ended up talking about our favorite Pokemon, and we didn't get in trouble for it. But yeah, it's basically this whole thing about like this guy who is afraid of like revealing the fact that he likes making dolls, basically, like these Japanese style, like high quality dolls is what he works on. That's his family business. It's what he hopes to take over when from his grandfather. He meets this girl who is like this popular Gyaru. She's like the queen bee of the class. She's into cosplay. She's super into anime and games and stuff.
Weird anime and games too.
Very lewd anime and games. The first project he helps her with is a cosplay for an Arrow game, which is basically Nukitashi. Imagine someone trying to cosplay as a character from Nukitashi.
Yep.
It's really good. It is one of my favorite anime and manga of all time.
Yeah, I love it too.
And it's another one that strikes a really good balance between the ecchi and the storytelling. There are 2 scenes where there's any amount of nudity in this show, or in this series. In the anime, they cut it out completely. In the manga, there are 2 scenes where there is anything in there. But the whole point of it is like you're talking about shows that can compel you to feel like to tears, like Grave of the Fireflies, or like when I mentioned Hell Teacher Nube, and there was that one episode with the mother-daughter reunion. That's the kind of stuff that really fucking moves me. The kind of storytelling that like puts me like, oh god, I kind of feel like I want to cry. Yeah. And that's the kind of quality of writing you'll get for this, is you'll get really, really good characters and really, really good storytelling that hits home because it's a universal message. It's something that everyone can relate to, about not being ashamed of the things you like, of not being like ashamed of having a passion for something.
Amen.
Yeah, I'll say that the one ecchi series that was able to make me cry is one that we will be watching later on, and that is Mushoku Tensei. And it wasn't the anime. Yeah, it made me cry because I've read the light novels, and there were some events that happened that I was not prepared for.
I'm just saying, the Father's Day episode, I can understand it. Yeah.
So, when I read that fucked me up pretty good. But so it's possible for you to have like those strong emotions, even in a series that's kind of lewd and risque and it's having fun with TNA and stuff like that. So yeah, it's all in how to use the ingredients, like Crimson says. So.
To continue on a little bit with the like manga and anime stuff, I have basically all of the physicals of like lewd series that I keep. I don't keep many because I still live with my parents and I don't necessarily need the flack for having this stuff. But this one isn't. This is kind of the soft, ecchi version. But I really hope one day that this series gets an adaptation because it is fantastic.
Oh, I heard about that one.
Is that called Sweat and Soap or Sweet and Soap?
Sweat and Soap. So the premise of this is you basically have this girl, I believe she works for like accounting or something in this company that makes like toiletries. So she is super concerned about how much she sweats. So she's constantly like cleaning up, constantly using deodorant and like scented soaps and everything to try and like cover it up. And then she has this happenstance meeting with the lead designer for all of their products. And he is this dude with this crazy sense of smell. And it's really funny because he gets a whiff of her and he's like, holy shit, this is inspiration.
Interesting.
So, yeah, he immediately is like, all right, you know what? It's like the solo leveling thing, but better.
Yeah.
Hasn't gotten an anime?
It hasn't. And now I will say in the first episode they have fairly explicit or for the first volume, they have fairly explicit scenes of the two of them having sex. So there's that if you're really interested.
All right.
But
it's like, all right, you twisted my arm, man.
There they are. There's our two main characters.
Nice.
And it is, in spite of the fact that it is ecchi, and you do have multiple sex scenes throughout the manga, the only thing they won't do is basically, draw nipples, but they basically like show them having sex. So I would consider it soft ecchi.
Sure.
It's really good, really wholesome. As far as like the actual message of it goes and the content of it goes, like the whole thing is about like them and their relationship and like how they're able to communicate with each other. Really good. And I hope to God someday it gets an anime because it deserves it.
Studio Passion.
All right.
Knock, knock, knock.
That's like
that's good.
Yeah, like okay, I don't know if anyone's familiar with this one. Have you seen recently My Sister Is Unusual?
I've heard that title quite a bit. I've never actually seen.
No, I haven't.
I haven't. I have the DVD, and I have all the manga to it, even though I can't read it yet because it's in Japanese and there's no English.
Hey, that's me with Hyoka right now.
So I'm going to learn to read. I have a method that's going to get me. Once I finish this, I'll be able to read manga later this year. But yeah. So which I do got the manga. I don't want to knock down my other books right here. But the premise is you got this one girl. She's getting ready to go to school. As she steps into a street, she gets hit by truck Kun and dies. First 5 seconds of the anime, and
happens to the best of them.
Girl becomes an angel, and she sees there's a stairway to heaven, right? And to go up the so she tries going up the stairs, but the stairs aren't complete, and she can see the pearly gates of heaven up there. And it turns out she has to do good deeds on Earth, like the Harry Coleman cartoon. I mean Gary Coleman cartoon back in the day. So
Yu Yu Hakusho, maybe even you gotta
yeah. So she has to. So she goes back down to Earth, and there's this stepbrother, and stepsister that move in because their parents married each other. And the girl is kind of like she's a shut-in, doesn't talk to anyone. She just wants to stay in her room. She does have feelings for her stepbrother, but she's afraid to talk to anybody. The brother, he's kind of clueless, but he has a bunch of friends and he's somewhat popular. And he's trying to like, how do I get my sister out of her shell or whatever type of thing. And so the parents are like, hey, why don't you just have her tag along and with your friends and stuff or whatever. So Angel Girl comes out, meets the sister, and is like, you know what? I'm gonna help you get with your brother. And
what the fuck?
So she puts a chastity belt on our main
Sweet home Alabama.
Yeah, she puts a chastity belt with a little heart thing that fills up every time the our sister is aroused with liquid or whatever. And as the heart fills up all the way, it also builds stairs to go to heaven. So it's awesome, it's funny, and this is also an anime that you need headphones with if you live with other people.
Oh shit!
Lord. Okay.
Wow.
And now this is titled "Recently My Sister Is Unusual," correct?
Yeah.
I asked because I'm adding this to my watch list.
Yeah, might as well.
I don't know. If
maybe we'll do a fictionology on it one day.
Yeah, it's only 12 episodes.
Maybe next year.
I will say there is a new one coming up here soon that I have a manga for that I do actually recommend reading manga for. I don't know how the anime is going to portray it, but The Barbarian's Bride is another good ecchi series. If you want to see bits of every female character except for the main character.
That author can draw, bro. Holy.
Okay, let's see. Let me just open up the page here and like just kind of demonstrate some of the art here. Like this is actually like really good stuff. Like it's very detailed. It's very well done. And again, like I said, they do show tits in this one. I don't know how the anime is going to do. But I picked this up because I was curious. And the premise of this is basically you have this knight. This is our main character. She's a knight. And she leads this expedition force out into the wilderness to conquer more land for her kingdom. And now she ends up fighting this barbarian army. And after 6 or 7 years of doing this, she is finally defeated by someone. And rather than being killed, she is taken. And the guy who defeated her proposes to her. Because the whole custom of these barbarians is basically to take these female knights as their wives. And now she legendary. She has the freedom to basically just go back whenever she desires. Like she's not being held against her will or anything. He's literally like, I want to propose to you. I want to marry you. Wait, you're actually 8 years older than me? That I didn't realize that. You're 26 and I'm 18. That's kind of weird. Okay, but whatever. You know what? You're hot. You're strong. Let's go. But
nice.
That's basically it. Is she's trying to figure out how to save her desolate kingdom effectively, and she's kind of learning from these barbarians and the way they live. Barbarians. That there are certain things that you have to, like be respectful towards, like the land you live on and everything. Like if you constantly try to milk it for all of the resources that are there, you're going to kill the land you live on. Sounds like basic environmental, conservationism right there, right? At the same time, though, it actually has some really good lore, some really good like power system and everything. And again, I can actually show this one because it's not too explicit. Like,
yeah, no, the art is phenomenal. Okay,
like they got some good stuff in there. It's getting an anime. I don't know how ecchi it's gonna be. I hope it lives up to the manga.
Agreed.
True. Did you ever watch Oremo?
Oremo? No.
My little sister possibly can't be this cute.
I've heard of the title. It's basically got a reputation, but I've never seen it myself.
Okay. It's good. Crunchyroll refused to play the last episode, so you had to go to find a fan.
I did get forced to watch My Sister, My Writer somewhat recently. So
I did want to check that one out.
Some of these animes, man.
Arceus, if you're listening to this, fuck you for that one.
But
Oremo, Marcel, that's what he was saying there.
Oremo, yeah.
Okay, I'm probably saying it wrong, but yeah.
It's not a huge issue, but like when you try to Google it because of the phonetics of Japanese, it's good. It's just nice for people when they're looking things up to know like that actual. I knew what you were talking about. Don't worry, but like, yeah, Oremo has a reputation. I know quite a bit about it just from its reputation, but I've never actually seen the series myself.
It's actually a pretty good commentary on Japanese culture, and this is before anime got popular. It's a good commentary on how Japanese society is and how they look down on otaku before. And if you besides the other ecchi stuff in there, but it's actually pretty good, and it's kind of like they kind of going against the grain, while the sister's trying to hide the fact that she's an otaku to her peers, and then the brother's covering for her.
All right, this is one Muffler Tape will be able to comment on because I know he's a fan of this. So here's the last one that I actually have as a physical copy that isn't like a digital that I read while I'm on my lunch breaks. Do you recognize this one, Muffler Tape?
Yes, I do. I happen to have these trading cards as well.
Oh, nice.
Hell yeah, brother!
All right, yeah.
I got 3 of them here, man. I got all 3 of them.
4 is released. So technically, if you went on Amazon,
I'm waiting on the back order, dude. I'm waiting on the back.
Brought,
do you want to talk about what this one is really quick while I quickly take care of something?
Sure, yeah, man. But you were going to say something, Roman, first, real quick.
Yeah, I was just gonna say you've shown that manga on the Romecast before. In fact, you've actually brought it up before as a recommendation for us all to read.
Yes.
Didn't you say that like the dude or the main character has like 4 to 5 wives or something?
Yes, he does. It is a harem anime, or a harem manga for now, anyway, and web novel, because that's the 2 adaptations for this so far. So this one, the English translation is "Betrayed by the hero, I formed a MILF party with his mom." Okay.
Yes, I know about this one.
Yeah. So this one here, this one is about. It's first off, it's an isekai. So if you're familiar with the genre, this is a reincarnation anime where a middle-aged businessman, Japanese businessman, dies. He's plenty successful in his life. He has a wife and a kid and everything. So he has a pretty fulfilling life, but he dies and gets reincarnated. And you learn this within volume 1. So it's not necessarily a spoiler. Okay. But when he reincarnates, he is basically a 5-year-old whenever he brings his senses forward, and he remembers his previous life. And the thing about him is that he's surrounded by hot MILFs everywhere. Okay, because there's the culture of this world is an interesting one where once a woman reaches about the age of like 25-ish, something like that, they're considered old and like a hag, basically. Okay, like hag maxing. All right.
So basically, this world has the mindset of Leonardo DiCaprio.
Correct.
Yeah.
However, since this guy's in his like 40s or 50s when he dies, he does not see women that are younger like that, to be attractive.
I gotta push back on Roman there for a second.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's true though.
He dumps them every time.
Is there a problem with Leonardo DiCaprio wanting to
He's out of shape and old as fuck.
His last great
he's only coasting on his celebrity status. Quite literally,
because the acting role he had was in 2019.
Rolando,
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
So can you actually? That's not true. His last acting role was in Flowers of the Summer Moon, but
yeah, but no one fucking watched that shit.
And his actually his last acting role was that shitty movie that came out about Antifa.
I said last good. You didn't listen.
But my point being is, can you allow me to continue before Rolando interrupts again?
No.
What is the actual problem with him dating somebody that's that age?
It's not a problem. He's just making a joke.
Adults.
We're not saying he's a pedophile.
Yeah, no.
You didn't have to say that word on Crimson's channel.
We're 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Sorry.
Good.
I still got to be careful with that, dude.
Yeah,
I mean, my whole thing is, if you said the arbitrary age that like say that you start to date a woman at 21 and then you just dump her at 25 and then you just move on to the next woman, and
that's what they do.
Is 21. and then you dump her when she turns 25. That's not a good mindset.
This is
what I would say is like, what I would say is like, oh, Rolo, the problem is he might have passed up a bunch of really good women that would be really good for him, but he'll just pass them up because they're 25. That's his problem. I'll just say.
That's a different conversation.
But whatever.
Where are we at with the discussion of Milf Sakai, the greatest isekai ever created?
Dubbed Milf Sakai. Okay, so again, getting it back on topic though, since he's not necessarily attracted to younger women because he has different societal standards. Okay, the thing is that he is a teenager. Okay, like 14, 15, something like that. And he's part of the hero's party, okay, which is his best friend. He grew up with him and a few girls, so they're a party of 5, okay? Well, party of 5 doesn't work out very well in anime, all right, in manga. So the hero gets greedy and, he's like, man, I've got these 3 childhood friends and, I've got 2 of them right now that like me a lot. And I could marry both of them because I'm the hero. But you know what? My bro, he's got a girl too, and I like her too, so she's going to be mine. Okay. And so he convinces her, and like NTR is his best friend. Okay. And so then the hero kicks him out, the main character. Okay. The reincarnated guy. And so the hero then just fucks off with the 3 girls, and, main character's like, you know what? All right, fine. I'm going to go to the slave auction. I'm going to see if I can't buy someone, okay? Because slavery is a thing in isekai, all right? And lo and behold, he finds the hero's mom, Shizuka, that's been sold into slavery because her husband's like, you're a useless hag now, and I don't want to have nothing to do with you. I'm gonna sell you off in order to pay for my gambling debts. And dude's like, oh my God. So he starts forming a party with all of the moms of the 4 heroes that are part of the party still, and he has a lot of fun with them, and it's a fairly explicit series. It's about as far as you can go without it being erotica, because there are multiple scenes in the volumes and stuff, but
let's just say he is plowing these girls. Okay,
fucking Ruffler showed me some.
He's plowing.
And he said it's on Amazon, the books. I can
all 4 volumes that are released in English, you can get them on Amazon. Yep.
There are a few series I am currently pulling for anime adaptations for.
This deserves it.
Soap, Milf Sakai, Machi Maho, Strange Adventures of a Broke Mercenary. Those are the 4 that I really, really want anime adaptations for.
You should add Chojin X to that list. But as far as lewd
I have
stuff,
to read more Chojin X, okay? Whenever volume 3 comes in, I'm going to read the next 3 volumes.
Okay. That sounds good. But no, so I read the manga. I don't know how I ran across it, but like I did at some point, and I was like, wow. Now I read a couple chapters. I was like, this is interesting. So then I went to the web novel, and I read like hundreds and hundreds of web novel chapters, where when I say that this is like a power fantasy on steroids, it is, man, because it starts off and it's just him getting his party together and going through this stuff. But we're talking about like a whole journey where dude becomes super powerful, like he basically ascends to like the level of solo leveling, okay? Except, he's not retarded like Sung Jin Woo, okay? Like he's
Sung Jin Woo, but he actually, makes the correct choice when it comes to waifu.
Correct. And so it was a really satisfying read, even in machine translation, like just trying to read all these chapters and stuff. But it's great, and it has morals, okay? Because you know what, they're the hero's party, the party that kicks them out, they learn their lessons on stuff. Needless to say, I'll keep it vague, but there's moral lessons because the main character, since he was a successful businessman that's Japanese, like he has this way he goes about doing things, and he ends up helping them too much, more or less. So it's really cool.
She's getting railed so hard she needs backup. Yes.
Oh yeah, they actually do. They're like, oh my God, we need more. They try to recruit more women, and they hate their children because of what they do to him and stuff too. So like, don't piss off moms. All right, especially when your moms move on and have a new husband.
Don't piss off moms when they're hot. Got it.
Yeah.
This is going to be the most fun anime when it comes out.
Yeah,
if it ever gets an anime adaptation, you will hear from me immediately. I will be out here with a fucking bottle of champagne, just like uncorking that shit on stream. No, but seriously, there are a couple of like more serious topics that I did want to get into with this stream, because there is one big question when it comes to ecchi in anime that always gets asked, and it is ecchi is ecchi necessary for anime to survive?
Yes.
This is a question that I want to hear from people.
The newbies, what did the newbies think? Because it seemed like all of us, well, 3 or 2 veterans anyway, 3 veterans, said yes. So what did the newbies say?
So here's my thought process. It's kind of like for I mean, there's different there's like subsections to anime, and each one makes anime what it is. It not in the same extent, but like it's kind of if if they ever decided in the comics to just like
hold on, I realized I asked this question wrong. It shouldn't be is ecchi necessary for anime to survive. It is, the question is lewdness necessary for anime to survive?
No.
Sorry.
I'm gonna say yes.
Yes.
I don't think so.
You want to hear it?
All I'll say is I don't think so, but that also is probably just because I don't need lewdness in my stuff in order to enjoy it, so that might not be where I come from with it, but you guys are entitled to, y'all's point of views.
So,
do I think the ecchi is necessary? Yes, but lewdness, no.
So, well, lewdness represents ecchi. And here's my answer, and I will let you guys have your chance to explain your answers and everything. I would say yes, but not for necessarily the reason that lewdness is important. And here's the big issue that I have with it. So, in order for anime to survive, you need the continued freedom of expression. You need the continued freedom for people to do anything that they want. It is not necessarily that ecchi or lewdness corresponds to a good show. There are series that do fantastically well that don't have any form of lewdness to them. There are series that do very, very poorly in spite of the fact that they do have lewdness. And at the same time, you can find vice versa for both situations. It does not necessarily correspond, like sexualization is probably a better word of it, does not correspond to a good series or not. But it does, the amount of it does correspond to the amount of censorship and control that industry executives are exerting over everything. For anime to continue to survive, I would argue that you need people to continue to be able to make things the way they want to. And this is demonstrated by the case of Kill la Kill. I have not watched the series myself, but I do know it is very lewd. And it was one of the anime that saved anime from becoming more corporate slop. It proved that an independent show could succeed and that studios were going to be able to do their own thing and basically like make shows that were still fun and entertaining to people and not have to follow this formulaic, corporate, mass-produced, constantly the same trope kind of thing. It's not necessarily that every show has to have some form of lewdness. The success of JJK or Solo Leveling proves that this is the case.
Correct.
But that everyone should have the option of whether or not they want to do things, because again, the success of Cowboy Bebop shows that lewdness is not a hindrance.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Correct.
The success of Bleach shows that it's not a hindrance.
Sure. Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah, it is the canary in the coal mine, so to speak, when it comes to censorship. It is the first thing that all government agencies will go for, because in order to grab power, it's the easiest thing that they can grab, that they can put their hands on and tell you, think of the children.
I have an example.
It's happened with Australia. It's what's happened with the localization industry here in the U.S.
Yep.
I got an example. Oh, sorry.
If anyone else has more complex thoughts that they want to add to this subject, or even disagree with this on, I'd love to hear the conversation. So we'll go around. I know you got your own point, Rollo. Rolando seems pretty interested. He hasn't said much this entire time, so I'm going to give him the chance to speak.
Just this one, it'll be short. It is important because it'll be sprinkled around. It's nice to have just sprinkles of a little bit of service, a little bit of like lewdness when necessary, if the writer thinks, that it's necessary. One example of it being attacked by newer anime fans or tourists is the free run episode 2, where they fought that demon, right? That stole the sword.
Oh, the sword, yeah.
3 or 4 frames, it showed her toned stomach getting kicked by Stark. Those single fucking frames pissed off a weird amount of people. It wasn't, you barely noticed it. I barely noticed it. And then I went back, I was like, oh, that's the scene that people were crying about. It was a simple toned stomach on a demon. And Freerun it doesn't have a lot at all. It doesn't have a lot of it. It'll have it every so often, but like it's not one of the animes that need it. But it shows that lewdness is a filtering system to get people out of the anime community. So I would say it is necessary.
Now, before I give Rollo the stage, I will respond to that a little bit myself. Because it's not necessarily about filtering things. It's more so about freedom of expression. It isn't necessarily about like keeping people out, but allowing people who are going to create things the way they want to. Again, I reference back to Kill la Kill, which is the thing that kind of saved the anime from becoming more, corporate slop. Mm-hmm. And hey, perhaps that becomes a Fictionology entry next year. But yes. Rollo, you had a point to make on this. What do you want to say?
Yeah, so talk about this, like, I guess the etchiness of things. I'm really kind of sitting here going, like, there's a way that you are able to do lewdness without actually making it sexual. And here's what I'm saying that they do this in. You have certain outfits within Bleach, certain outfits within Tokyo Ghoul, certain outfits within Attack on Titan that, yeah, they're sexy, but they're not quite sexualized, I should say. And the way that you can do that is through characters such as, even in live action, you get that done with, Eowyn and Arwen in Lord of the Rings, and you also get that through Padme in Star Wars. Like you get these characters that are sexualized. It's very clear. But however, it's not quite what I would call like, what's a good term for it? Like actually taking them out of it just being like that girl's hot and making it more of like you're sexualizing them.
Well, that's what I would describe as lewdness.
Yes, exactly. And I think that there is a very fine line between those two things. And I think that a lot of people mistake sexiness for lewdness. And it's just one of the points I wanted to make with this, because I feel as though you could have sexy characters. That's totally fine. mean, nobody ever has a problem when you have male characters that are hot. No one ever cares. They only ever give a shit when you over-sexualize the women, but all the men are over-sexualized constantly.
Yeah, I guess to add my 2 cents into it real quick, well, because before my dog started barking again. So,
go for it, dude.
Yeah, so I'm on the line with Crimson, where I think it's also the option to be able to use it as a tool to express yourself, even if you're not going to use it in the medium. But once it's kind of like blocked off by because we need to censor or whatever, then you kind of get a lot of staleness in the industry. And then another thing too, the way anime and manga is different than a lot of Western media is sorry, you hear my cats in the background too. So, but the way it's different is that anime, where it makes it unique, is manga and anime. Well, anime is there also to sell the manga and then the merchandise, where even if a show doesn't have per se any etchiness in there, well, there might be a version of that character to kind of keep the industry going, where you're buying figures and stuff, and so like we spend the most, like if you see some of these figures, they're like especially the etchy ones are like $400 to $600.
Oh yeah, we're talking about like we're getting into right below Rule 34 there at that point.
But again, it represents the freedom of expression that Japan has when they're creating their materials.
For sure.
And if you remove that at all, even if you don't like, there's tons of shows that has nothing, there's no etchy, no lewdness at all. But the option that if having it there, it gives the ability for a lot of these writers to come out their shells and give us such good material out there, as opposed to just writing everyone writing shonen or without etchy, whatever.
Yeah, again, the idea would be that everyone has the ability to create what they want within reason. I myself have certain lines that I will never cross, things that I just won't watch.
Yep.
But there is a lot of room that I leave for people to cover things that might make people uncomfortable. Again, Berserk is one of my favorite. It is my favorite manga. I think it is the best manga of all time. It covers a lot of really, really dark stuff that I think it absolutely has a right to cover. And I would not want to risk censoring stuff like that, specifically because it's dark, it's heavy. Not a lot of people will feel comfortable with watching that. And the idea that like lewdness or sexiness or whatever is necessary or not, I feel like is irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, because like I've said, it's not necessarily that this like it makes or breaks a series. It is more so the canary in the coal mine that tells you that someone is trying to grab power within this industry.
Exactly.
And they are trying to control what is being made and what is not.
Yes. I mean, I'm a little bit more, wow, it's weird to say. I'm kind of liberal when it comes to anime too, because like I've watched anime for like over 20 years, and like, so I agree largely with what you're saying on it too. And the thing about, anime, manga, like again, it is an expression issue, right? So if it's essential to tell the story or to characterize a person, or to even just, be a storytelling element, like to provide comic relief. It's like, he shoots the bullet through her titties. Oh, that's funny, right? It's like, it's one of those things you can have something be lewd and have a storytelling purpose. It doesn't just have to be for, like H or for, like a dojin or something, right? The thing is that it can have multiple uses, all right? And that's actually what separates a good storyteller from a bad storyteller too, in my opinion, is them being willing to take those chances in order to tell that story. And you can go with something as mainstream as even Demon Slayer, okay? And even something as mainstream as Demon Slayer, you're still going to have the love Hashira, and you're still going to have Tengen with or I think it's Tengen, it's, the sound Hashira with his 3 wives, who have their tits in your face the whole time, and how he's slapping the ass of one of the girls that works at the at the base where they're out of and stuff, right? With the poison husher and stuff like. Anyway, so yeah, you can have those elements in the story, and it's funny, and actually characterizes the individuals a little bit more too. It gives an extra edge to the sound Hashira, or it gives an extra edge to the love Hashira and stuff too, that they wouldn't normally have. And if you were trying to tell that story through a Western lens, you would be limiting yourself, because they're so restrictive on how you can tell a story. It's like, well, I have to tell this story, but I have to have representation in the story, and I can't sexualize characters, because if I sexualize characters, then that may promote certain stereotypes or something, right? And so, well, how about you just like tell the story that you want to tell, and then people are going to like it or not like it.
Yeah. Well, again, for giving Roman a chance to sort of give his thoughts on this, it kind of goes back to a little bit of what I talked about in my Dress Up Darling video, talking about how a lot of people will refer to the way Marin Kitagawa is depicted as sexist or whatever, but it's not. The idea is basically that because she is sexualized, it is therefore sexist, because it is trying to appeal to men. Yet at the same time, it is a person expressing through, or it is a woman, expressing through Marin Kitagawa their love for fiction, for nerd culture, for cosplay, in this form of lewdness, or for this form of sexiness or sexualization. That doesn't necessarily make everything wrong. The idea that you're going to sexualize a character isn't wrong, whether it's male or female. It really comes down to how you're going to do it and what is the point of it. Like, say Berserk again, to go back to that, because I love the series. Guts is mistreated as a child, but it characterizes it characterizes him as someone who has suffered quite a bit, and then explains a decent chunk of his personality and his responses to things. With Marin Kitagawa, it also characterizes her and explains a decent chunk of the things she does, and why she is so friendly to Gojo, why she is so passionate about all of the nerdy stuff she loves, and why she so unabashedly expresses it publicly.
Yeah, I'll make it real quick. I guess to add to that, there's anime characters or manga characters as well, where and part of the story elements of the way they act the way they do is because either like there's people that were sheltered their whole entire life, and then when they got older and were able to get out their little bird cage, I can express myself when I want, so they just go the loop. Like, we know people like that in real life, and that's why removing that as an element completely removes the ability to write actual stories like that. Like, there might be dark themes that you might not like, but it's also a story element that might have a cause for a character to act certain ways or whatever.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah.
My thing is,
Marcel, I don't want to hear it from you right now, buddy. All right, Roman.
Well, we'll get into that at the end of the month, okay?
Yeah, we'll talk about it. All right.
Roman, you have your thoughts. Share, please. I would appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean, so here's kind of my thing. It's like, do I necessarily believe that, like, lewdness is necessary to tell stories? No. But I do think that it's necessary for the freedom of creation, if creators want to use it in their stories however they see fit. Now, me personally, I don't need it in my stories, and look, I say that, but like, there's some comic book characters where, like, oh my god. But the point that I'm making is that I don't need lewdness in my stories, but if you try to tone down the lewdness then you take away a creator's ability to tell stories, because then what's that going to turn into? Well, okay, you can't do lewdness, and then it's going to come to the point where you can't show blood. You can't show like really dark and like
already at that point,
things.
China? What?
I was gonna say it's already at the point where you can't show blood. Like Bleach, all of the blood ended up being white by the
Yeah,
final.
no, I so far agree with everything you're saying here, Roman. In that, like, it's not necessary to make a good story, but it's necessary for fiction to survive, because people should be allowed to express things. Like, if you have an intimate moment, again, I'll bring up one of the things that I brought up as like my manga collection here. One of the big things and why these sex scenes in Sweat and Soap are important is because they kind of show the main character coming out of her shell and finally being able to like deal with her own like personal issues. Like, she has this whole complex about how much she sweats and how she's like unappealing. She does everything she can to sort of like reserve herself. And the fact that someone would desire her so much that they would like, take her out on a date and actually like come on to her that way is a huge thing for her. And because it actually shows that like this dude is really, really passionate about that romance. There are a lot of shows like that, and a lot of series like that that can use that. Again, we go back to Cowboy Bebop, and I know you've watched this because we did a Fictionology on it. Faye Valentine survives because of her sexualization. She uses that as a weapon. It's not a bad thing or detrimental to women. It's something that they can actually use.
Right. So, but just to kind of wrap up my point, though, it's like if we get rid of lewdness, then they're gonna say, oh well, because children watch, anime, we can't have dark topics in here. We can't show like, the consequences of war, or like, evil characters, or like, bad things. So essentially what it's going to turn into is it's going to become cotton candy. And I don't want cotton candy anime. That would suck. So do I personally need lewdness? No. But I see its need in creation. I just don't need it in my own stuff. But that's just me.
That motherfucker fall asleep on stream again.
No, I'm alive. I'm just listening.
Okay.
You're fucking zoning. No,
I'm just making sure because I'm drunk. I'm drunk as shit right now, and I am still at attention. Okay.
Well, Rollers. I'm doing Roller Rumcast shit.
Oh, okay, fine.
I was good. I'll give you a break on that one. What do you got, Muffler Tape?
Yeah. I was gonna say really quick too with what. Fuck, if I can remember what I was gonna say. Jeez, don't get old, kids. No,
don't get old and drunk.
Yeah, basically, right? No, to piggyback. Oh, that's what it was. I was going to bring this back to Nukatashi actually too, because you brought up earlier Kill la Kill, right? And I'm like, well, shit, we haven't had anything to that level. I mean, granted, the whole thing with regards to the magical school girls, the gushing over magical girls, that one, I'll put that one to the side. But what I'm saying is that, well, actually, no. I'll bring that one up, and then I'll also bring up Nukatashi, right? Because these are recent examples of anime that push it to the limit, all right? One I can personally tolerate, one I cannot, right? So the thing about it is that you can have a good storytelling element, even in an absurdist situation like you have with Nukatashi, because it's like, well, if I push this to its logical conclusion, where do I fall between the argument of just lewd, free sex, absolutely just whatever, right? Versus being more conservative and trying to look for a deeper value, a deeper meaning in something, and it's one of those things where if you actually finish watching this first season of Nukatashi, which hopefully there'll be a season 2, but if you finish watching the first season, it ends and it's like, well, you know what? Maybe people can be that way, but also there needs to be a space for people to be like, wanting a more serious relationship and stuff, right? So maybe one is not necessarily exclusionary and stuff. So you can tell a good story even in an absurdist situation because you're able to push the limits of what's acceptable.
It's like Nukitashi is about exactly that, is being able to sort of find that balance between just the complete embracement of, I guess, hedonism is the best way to call it, and just traditionalism.
Yes.
Like the idea of that you don't have sex with someone unless you are absolutely committed to that relationship, as well as just, the idea of, like lewdness or sex for pleasure. Like there's some, like the whole thing about it is there's some balance in there, and you can find that. It just requires that you actually, not go to one extreme or the other.
I just wanted to
really
make
quick, Roman. What do you got?
Yeah. I just want to make it clear that I don't know if chat might misinterpret. I'm not saying that that like lewdness being used doesn't mean that a story isn't good. I just wanted to clarify that I don't need it in my own stuff for stories that I like to be good. That was just what I'm trying to clarify.
Yeah, exactly.
I understand your point completely because I agree with it. The most, like I said, the way I grade things, the 3 main criteria end up being characters, storytelling, and animation. Those are the things that I prioritize in any series. Fan service is an added bonus. So lewdness is an added bonus. It is not necessary for that to be present in order for a series to be good, i.e. Frieren. Frieren, I think, or like even again, ReZero. Those are 2 of my favorite anime of all time. And you don't necessarily need lewdness in either of those to make them good series, to make them succeed where they do. Right. However, the addition of, Priscilla changing in season 3, or the addition of I guess the sword demon, you can say, or Frieren in a very like dressed down situation. Those are all added bonuses.
Well,
it's not necessarily. Go ahead.
Well, I think to add on what you're saying is it's not just anime that does it, right? If even Western media used to do it. Like you watch an old Bond film, do you need the scene where Bond hooks up with the chick in there? No, but it just becomes a story element and adds character to Bond and gives him more personality. Yeah. But even if they took that out of there, it's not necessarily needed in the movie, right?
No, it's a fantastic point there you make, Vagabundo. Like, I really do think that, you can have these scenes in there. They don't have to mean anything weird meta-wise.
Mm-hmm.
Like you are allowed to have these type of scenes and things like that go down within a story without people thinking it's fucking weird. Like I just don't get why everybody just assumes it's weird.
Well, it's more of a modern problem, but
I actually have a bit of an anecdote that happened over Sunday that I'll get into here for another one of the more serious things. But Rolando, I know I kind of left you in the backstage by mistake for a while here. Do you have anything you want to add to this conversation?
Everybody likes boobs.
Amen, brother.
You know what?
I wish I had more alcohol.
My head is spinning, but you know what? Camping. Anyway, there's that element of it. Again, we kind of come back to the whole idea of everyone should be free to express what they want. There are limits on that, obviously. We can talk about the nuances of that and where those lines are drawn. We can easily point to things like Netflix publishing cuties.
Exactly.
Like where things cross obvious lines. Well, when it comes to anime and people start complaining entirely about just the idea of sexuality at all, it really feels like, not to sound like a propagandist or anything, but this is something I was thinking about going into this stream today while I was at work. It starts to feel like people are literally like living in a world of George Orwell, where we're kind of going through the whole 1984 thing where the entire system wants to control sexuality because then you can control people. People should be allowed to express things the way they want to, obviously within reason. I think that should be assumed with anything. You should be allowed to do what you want, obviously within reason.
Well, I think I'll add on to that so the certain files that were released by a guy on a
Island
certain
Man.
Yeah. So it turns so we know all the evil shit this guy did, right?
Of course.
The same guy thought it was the same guy that is actually doing all this evil stuff, and with all these world leaders and stuff, wanted to censor anime, movies, and video games. Don't you find that interesting?
I do indeed.
Yeah.
He also
Wonder why.
he also is allegedly the inventor of crypto.
Yeah, that's the other funny thing.
Yeah.
Or Soylent Green.
Our boy J.E. is Satoshi, the guy who created Bitcoin.
Yeah,
yes.
But I do got my own theories, but this is not the stream for that of why it's the case.
Maybe a Monday Night Mayhem.
Vagabundo, I do actually run a stream where that would be completely possible to talk about that thing.
Yeah.
So the aliens came and gave Island Man some stories, and he took that and ran with it, and then we have ancient civilization. No, anyway,
I'm actually really happy so far with everyone's opinions on this subject, because you guys have all added a really good amount of information to this whole debate, and it's one of those big things that really does determine the direction of entertainment, and it's one of the reasons why just anime in general has exploded over the years is because it is so unrestricted in what it is able to do compared to the West. It's not just about lewdness. When you come to the West, to Hollywood and all that stuff, I know pretty much everyone here is familiar with G&G, with Nerdrotic, all of those guys. I'm pretty sure every one of us has been in their chats, watched their streams. That's basically how I got started on YouTube.
Same.
It literally comes down to the fact that when people start exerting control over entertainment, the first thing they will go for is lewdness. That's what you saw in the West. They started going for all of the sexualization or the mistreatment of women and all of that kind of stuff. And that again, it goes back to the canary in a coal mine argument. It's the first thing. It is the easiest thing for people to go for, because everyone's like, oh, well, protect the kids, make sure they don't see this kind of stuff. Well, not everything is for kids.
Right.
Correct.
Adults deserve their own entertainment.
Seinen is not shonen, okay? It does not have to. They both can exist, okay? But they're not the same thing, all right? Berserk is not the same thing as Demon Slayer, all right? It's just fundamentally not.
Yeah, I will say this for a part of my theory, which will relate to this. I think what it honestly is that they want a global government sanctioned controlled on entertainment and what is okay or not. And once you take away the freedom of expression from folks, there's things that I don't like that other people do. I just don't watch it or whatever, right? Or don't partake in it. And I'm fine with it existing. And I think what it is, it's and I'll cut it short because, like I said, it could be a whole conspiracy theory stream. But it's a whole government sanctioned control of what people, freedom of expression and thought, and that's what they really want. Where we'll see in the UK where it's an order
for having brown dust images on your phone.
Yeah.
So, I couldn't agree with what Vagabundo just said. That's why Roman and I started the Monday Night Mayhem podcast. That's why we do that once a month. It's all because of everything that Vagabundo just said right here. We need a space for people to talk about shit, specifically about different topics and things like that. And not to get too far into the conspiracy thing, but seems like you have the same mind as myself.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It could just be.
Hold on, Muffler Tape. Rolando, what you got?
And sadly, we're gonna see one of the most popular studios feed into that. Let's do it for the Western audience.
Fuck you for bringing that up, you piece of shit.
Mappa.
We're gonna see.
No,
we're gonna see who survives.
Hold on. Just
We're
be
gonna see who
specific about
survives.
what. Hold on, before we get into any like doom and gloom and everything. When it comes to Mappa, the kind of stuff that they're working with Netflix on is stuff like Zenshu. Now, I did like Zenshu. I thought it was a good anime. But they're not necessarily like they're focusing on originals with that deal rather than their ongoing series like Jujutsu Kaisen or Chainsaw Man.
Right, we see them do that before.
Vinland
So,
Saga.
not to reference Assassin's Creed Shadow Legends, but Netflix has a Yasuke anime that was made by Mappa, and it's a Netflix exclusive.
Yeah, and Mappa will. The way I feel about Mappa is that friend that just like always hooks up the other homie.
Well, we've
You
seen
know what
them.
I mean? Like
Well,
in a way that they're just like they're like, no, yeah, no, we got your back, Jujutsu Kaisen. No, we got your back, Chainsaw Man. We're all good. And then all of a sudden, like the other guy that's just like that friend that they're like kind of closer with is just like, yo, would you work on this? And they're like, yeah, no, I got that done immediately.
Yeah, like we've seen them with
homies, I still got you on the old stuff.
Well, because they do take in feedback. We've seen that with the Chainsaw Man anime compared to the movie, where it was like, okay, they didn't like the art style of the anime, so let's darken it up a bit and fix it for the movie.
Even in JJK, like the Japanese audience has definitely been complaining. So it'd be interesting in seeing if they do, the next season or whatever of JJK, if they make changes again to adapt to what the Japanese audience was after and stuff. So.
Yeah. As far as this whole thing goes, not to get too much into like the globalization of anime or anything, because that's more of a Crimson News Network topic. But
with guests, no.
I mean, hell, I'll have guests on there if you guys really want to talk about anime news. But
we are the distinguished CNN panel. It's all good.
Yeah, it could be just like Piers Morgan, but for anime.
That would actually that actually kind of sounds somewhat fun. Either
dude, it'd be great. It would be fun. 100% would be fun if we did a Piers Morgan type panel, but for anime.
Hold on. I just got a bunch. I just realized there's a bunch of comments here. So there's F go Danner. That show is completely trash. There's that. Propaganda failed. Go Danner. Talk to you guys later. Watching new animes. By the way, Crimson fuck go Danner.
Dude, yeah, everybody hates it.
Hey, no. I gave it a 7. All right, I'll give it a 7 because it does succeed and stuff. All right, but it is.
I didn't watch it.
The point is like in all of this is it's nice to see that everyone kind of has a grasp on the situation, that like this really does come down to not necessarily it being important to like anime in general, but just important to the issue of censorship.
Yes.
And it kind of transitioned a little bit into the next question. This is something that actually came up. So Sunday was the Super Bowl, and I wasn't online or anything because my family had an entire party for the Super Bowl. We had a bunch of friends and family over, so there were a bunch of people who I'm very close with that were over that I was talking with. And I have a cousin, and she is just getting into anime. Huge fan of like Chainsaw Man, Don, Attack on Titan.
Yeah,
stuff
your
like
cousin.
That.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, she legitimately is my cousin, my younger cousin.
Yeah.
And when I started sort of like talking about some of the things that like I have watched, I brought up My Dress Up Darling as one that I actually really, really loved. And she's like, "Oh, I've heard that one is weird." Now, keep in mind, this is a girl who was really, really, really into the Summer Hikaru died.
Oh, no. That sounds like everybody I went to school with. Okay, they're like, oh, Fruits Basket.
Anyway, she is very, very new to anime. This is something that she's very like recently gotten into. She got into Chainsaw Man because I recommended it and all that stuff. And like a couple of the other ones that I've talked about. And the conversation then took a turn to, well, Japan is very pedophilic with the way they deal with things.
You might
and I had to then bring up well, if we start talking about that, you have to consider the actual crime rates.
Crimson. I'm sorry, but just real fast, you might want to just say SA, just because YouTube's been cracking down on that stuff.
Sure, but we're about 3 hours into the stream.
I agree,
I'm not particularly concerned about it, especially because it's probably going to get demonetized right at the end with the.
That's fine. I just don't want you to get an actual strike. That's it.
I've never gotten a strike for saying that 3 hours in, but I appreciate the heads up. Okay,
yeah,
I appreciate it. Anyway, so that was basically how it was phrased, and I kind of had to bring up like, well, you deal with a lot of this. This comes from one TikTok, where a lot of people just sort of like spread misinformation. Two,
China.
from people who have some kind of beef against Japan because they won't do everything that they want them to. And three, people who don't understand anime or anime culture and mistake things or are just completely overly strict on the way they interpret things.
Yeah.
Calling My Dress Up Darling a Jeffrey kind of anime feels entirely wrong for me for reasons I have outlined already within my Dress Up Darling video. It doesn't necessarily push this idea that you're supposed to be going for these high school age girls. It does not push this idea that is like the point of it. The whole thing that it is centered on is this relationship between two 15-year-olds who are in high school who find this common passion, who find things that they have in common and want to do. It lacks the entire interpretation. Now, I did give her the caveat of like, there are things that I draw the line at. Like you can point to a series like Usagi Drop, where the whole point of it is this character raises this girl as basically his daughter, and the end of the series is that they get married. That feels really weird to me.
That one
feels
a
line that I do draw there. Do I think that necessarily that should be completely outlawed? Like the writing of fiction or anything? I don't know. Perhaps you can make a message out of that, or perhaps you can make something out of that. But to try and push that message there, is the problem to me. And that kind of like had sparked the thought in my head of like, it really comes down to depiction. What are you intending to push with the depiction that you're of the things that you're writing about? Is what matters there. Like with Berserk, you can cover a lot of like terrible things, but the whole point is that they are terrible things.
If it's Masato, she can groom me. But continue.
Yeah,
Yo,
honestly, I agree with that statement.
So most of the panel here would be completely fine with being groomed by Masato. Got it.
Absolutely.
Roman can attest to this, right? There was this one teacher in freshman year of high school, and there was a rumor going around that she banged a couple of seniors.
Mm-hmm.
Totally wouldn't have said a damn thing. My lips would have been.
Yeah.
Well, my lips would have been sealed, bro. You hadn't seen.
I wouldn't have said a word.
Mrs. S, bro. You know what I'm talking, Mrs. S? Yeah, no, I wouldn't have said a damn thing.
Well, I think the problem is, sorry, you hear my dogs howling now. So the problem is that a lot of people act like we can't. Even like high school, we had stuff. It's not like we were all innocent in high school or whatever.
Fuck no,
for sure.
So like, if we're writing about
I was
past
horny as
experience,
shit in high school. I still am.
And even in middle school, I was
gonna say it was.
And so the thing is, I think a lot of it's kind of like the mind you, I do like Matt Walsh. I know a lot of people don't, but
he's
there's certain people
he's
that
shit
like
on anime though.
Yeah, I think he does that on purpose, but that's another topic.
I think he does it on purpose too.
Yeah, but outside of that, there's people that want to be like completely prudes on everything, and honestly, are there creepy people in anime and who watch anime and stuff? Absolutely. But the other context they're missing is a lot of the ways, even the 4-letter word a lot of people are afraid to say, people are drawn as. Honestly, the author has to really tell us the age for wherever it to be, because there's actual adult women in Japan, and my usual example to show people is Ano-chan. She's the one that also did the theme song to Togepi's Greatest Sin, Original Sin. And if you hear her,
that one.
she sounds younger than a lot of little girls, but that's naturally her voice. There's a lot of Japanese women like that, and then other ones that are flat chested and stuff. It's a body type
Yep.
And the thing is, I know on the outside looking in, you're like, what the hell is this weird shit or whatever? But like, if you just actually took the time to understand that, and again, are there weird people in the space? Of course, but you're going to find weird people in probably every space that you can think of.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, really quickly, Rollo, before you go. I mean, I've covered a lot of these situations. There was this whole thing with a cosplayer girl who she's really short, really flat. And she was accused of or no, actually I believe it was like Yuki something. She was accused of the 4-letter word baiting because she is short and she was cosplaying. She did, I believe, Tatsumaki. She did one where she basically had like a dress on and she put the backpack on, the Randesaru.
Oh, okay, I remember that one. Yeah.
I've covered a lot of those situations. There are a lot of times where people will say, well, you have this body type. I believe there's a guy we actually know through Discord. I'm pretty sure we had this whole conversation, Muffler Tape, with me, you, and Falcon, if I'm not mistaken, had this whole conversation about basically being on dates with chicks. And people will accuse you of being a not so good person because the chick does not look of age. Yep. There are a lot of women like that. Again, you can go back to like a lot of people who make these accusations made the accusations.
Well, I've dealt with it.
Uzaki-chan, when that anime came out, My Senpai is Annoying. I really love that manga. The main character for that, the whole point is that she is super short and doesn't have the usual, feminine appeal.
Of course.
Meanwhile, he's super tall and it makes the whole thing really contrast. That's an actual body type. I actually have known people who are, short stature, very flat.
Asians.
They are
just
straight up adults. Like they're older than me, but they look much younger than they actually are.
I got a picture of
well, I'll allow you to finish, Muffler.
That was interesting.
Muffler and Crimson, I'll allow you guys to finish. Just let me know because I do have something I can add to this.
My point is that it's this idea of like you kind of loop back to like the height of consent, or even the funniest ones that I've seen, the backpack of consent, or the hand size of consent. That's one that actually came up that I have bookmarked for a Crimson News Network to cover.
Well, I think a lot of it. Oh, sorry, I didn't want to cut you.
No, I'm almost done. We'll get into a couple of you guys' other responses here.
Yeah, Vagabundo, you're good.
My point is that when it comes to a lot of this stuff and a lot of the accusations people will level, they ignore broad swaths of context to get to the conclusion that they want, because the context completely ruins everything that they want to say.
Indeed. Vagabundo, if you had something to say, I'm gonna go on a.
Okay, I'll make it quick. So I do have a picture at my last con I was at, which I also hosted a panel. There's a she's nice. Also on YouTube and Twitter. Her name is Hamu Cotton, and she's a full-grown woman in her probably in her 30s, Japanese woman, and she's like probably to the size of my belly button. I took a picture with her. I haven't posted it because I look bad and I need to lose weight. But but other than that, like you see her in person, she's shorter than a lot of girls out there. And and I'm gonna say is I know a lot of people that are short. Like there's a lot of women that aren't past the 4'5" height or whatever.
True.
And so that was just my 2 cents to it, really. Because again, a lot of these characters, even the adult ones, the only reason why they none of them look like one-to-one to actual humans, and the show has to tell us what age they actually are in order for us to even have a thing. Because a same character that's like 40 years old, they could tell us they're 18 and it wouldn't change any difference.
Well, to really quickly play off that, and then I'll give Rollo the floor. Sorry to keep cutting you off like this, but
you're good, bro. You're good. It's your show.
It comes down to like, again, like context with all of this. It's the difference between like the whole Uzaki thing where you have, the youngest sister being 14. Uzaki herself being in her 20s, and then the mom who is 44 years old, and they all look almost the same. They're all depicted relatively the same. Meanwhile, you can also have a character like Kana Kamui from Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, who is at the very least 100 years old, but still behaves and looks much like a child. It all comes down to the context of the series and what they're trying to portray.
Indeed.
The intent with the portrayal really does matter. It doesn't matter whether you perceive it as such or whatever. It really matters what the series is actually trying to say.
I agree. So what I wanted to say was, like, for instance, you have these characters in certain like instances that do mold that, you know, sphere of like it's a character who is way older. They don't look as older. You have characters like Rukia from Bleach, right? You then have and I'm sorry, Vagabundo. What was the character you were mentioning for a second there?
Oh, well, I said an actual person. There's Hamu Cotton. She films on YouTube and she's on Twitter. There's another one where the same situation happened. She dressed up as she did a photo shoot as Garagura, and someone saw a far away shot from her and thought she was a child, and you know, like the Brittany Ventis of the world or whatever.
Right.
But like the woman's like in her 30s. It's just like,
so I mean, so what I really wanted to get into here then, therefore, is there really a problem with a woman who is, you know, let's say she looks that young, she looks like a Rukia Kuchiki from Bleach, but she happens to be, and I'm just using that as an example because she looks young even though she's very old. You have a character like that, or a character like Toga, or things like that. That, like, yes, they're anime, right? So we have to be a little bit different here because if they're in anime form, they're going to look younger just by pretext because they're not going to have the, you know, jaw lines and things like that. That, you know, animators aren't going to want to work to do that. You know. So generally speaking, if there's a character that's like 1,000 years old, like, obviously that character is still going to look like they're younger. It just makes it easier for them. But what I'm saying here with your context is that I don't necessarily see a problem with an adult, like, guy. Like, let's say he goes to that actress you're talking about. Let's say the man is 30 to 40. He looks at a girl that age. I don't see a problem with him finding her attractive. Like, I just don't see why that would be totally a problem if he knows that she's above age, if he's not specifically looking for that. You know, let me go for that specific caliber. Like, but yeah, if he hooks up with a hot chick and she ends up being cool, I don't see a problem with it. And like I think that that kind of applies because you have people that are watching these anime and you're going, well, that chick's hot, and it's like, oh, don't you know that she looks this way even though she blah 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 blah. And it's like, I don't see the problem with it.
It's a very reductive argument in and of itself. It's like, I'm attracted to this character. Well, she looks that way. Are you saying that the only thing I could possibly be attracted to about this character is the way she looks?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I think the other thing too is, like, it's okay to, like, I can think someone is cute or whatever without it being sexual as well.
Fucking indeed, bro.
Like, again, one of the reasons I find Marin Kitagawa as a character so attractive is her personality. I think she has a fantastic personality. And again, that's why, like, when I do the ultimate waifu tier list on Wednesdays for the Crimson News Network, I have her ranked so high, is because of her personality. Like, just as a character, she's fantastic. As a person, she's fantastic. It has nothing to do with my preferred age bracket or anything like that.
Exactly.
It literally just has to do with the fact that I really like the way that this character is portrayed.
I do think that needs to be prefaced sometimes because people will immediately be weird about it. If it's like, yo, you gotta get yourself a girl like fucking Hinata, Or yo, you got to get yourself a girl like one of my favorite fucking characters from anime, Noelle from Black Clover. Like it's like it's the same thing as people being like, well, it's weird that you find you got a thing for Hermione from Harry Potter. It's like, well, I was fucking 10 years old when I was reading the books, and so was she. Like, why is that weird for me to still be like, that's a good woman? Like,
Yeah.
Like that's the point. It's not a sexual thing. It's not that I want to see them fucking naked. It's that you want to actually be like, that's a good character. That's a woman I would marry.
Sorry, Vagabunda, I just realized you are sharing something. Is this something?
Yeah.
That,
Yeah. So this is Chu. She's a model, and so this picture got a lot of flack when it came out, and you can see some of the comments. But she's in her
I recognize some of those people. I actually follow some of them.
I was gonna say the one
and I've had good interactions. Like the first Cloudy there. Cloudy. I had a lot of good interactions with him on Twitter.
I fucked up one time with Cloudy. Cloudy's all right in my book. All right.
I'm pretty sure I do sub to Cloudy. I see his shit. I think.
Yeah, but
that's a lot of
she's a full-grown woman. It's just there's women with this body type, and I think a lot of people are complaining, probably haven't experienced different types of women before.
Yeah. So one of the things I wanted to say on that point was my ex-girlfriend I could lift up with one arm, and she was 2 years older than me. So like it's very relative. Like yeah, she was like 5'4" and like 110 pounds.
Yeah.
Like she was just a small girl, but she was 2 years older than me. And people would be like, oh, like they'd be weird about it.
No. I just have is she a dominatrix style, or are you just the bottom? Or sorry, I fucked it up. Never mind. Move on. But it's like, no. You're very feminine. You're very feminine, sir. That's what I was trying to say. It's like, are you?
Should have seen him with his longer hair.
The what the fuck is even happening, man? What is happening right now? Crimson, fuck you. I'm too drunk for this. I was trying to say if he is, like a bottom or if she is the top. All right.
I was the top.
Okay. So then you're very feminine.
But it's like, do these guys go to the beach?
Rolo was never the bottom because Rolo always comes out on top.
That's such a fucking that's a Beardo statement. Why the fuck did you become Beardo? Stop it.
I just decided to impersonate a Borderlands character, and apparently I became Beardo. So now we know where he gets his personality from.
My point being there is that like you could have would she have been taking advantage of me? Like that's when they're asking, like, you know what I mean? Like, because like I'm younger, so like, is there a problem there? No, there wouldn't be. So then, what's the problem? The opposite direction.
Rolo, I'm gonna do something for you tonight, and it's not gonna end well. Okay, it's
you got
you pretty mouth.
Rolo, don't cough.
Is he going to be? Is he going to be available for Friday? Is he going to be available for Friday, Muffler? Or are you taking him out for like the whole week?
No, bro, I'm just trying to make a joke.
About
okay,
to blow
like
his
she's
back out.
No, she's taking advantage of him as she's the grapey person from the fucking the movie that had not Clint Eastwood in it, but the person that played James Bond. It's Deliverance. She's Deliverance to
Daniel
him.
Craig.
No. Shut the fuck up, you Gen Z piece of shit. No, I'm talking about.
Fuck you, you fucking fossil. Get the fuck out of here. You drunk ass motherfucking fossil. Go back to your fucking gay furry sex orgy or whatever you're doing in the Discord.
Deliverance, bro. Okay. I was just trying to say, like, she is the deliverance for him. She's the guy that goes, you got yourself a pretty mouth, boy. Like that's all it is. Okay. Shit.
Dude, all I was saying was, I was trying to make it all make sense. You just didn't allow it.
I'm sorry, man.
That's okay.
I had a joke and it fucked up repeatedly.
Well, I just want to say too, like all these people who complain, like I don't want to see you at a beach. I don't want to see you by a pool.
Yeah.
Like if be consistent if you want to complain about anime and stuff or just whatever. Like I better see you on everywhere you go.
Yeah, don't be dressed like I don't. You said beach or pool, but like think about this. Like, you ever been to like a metal concert or like a rock
I go to metal shows all the time.
Yeah, exactly. So you go to a Slipknot concert, then everybody, all them chicks are dressed in fishnets, and that's it. Fishnets and pasties.
I went to Summer of Loud in Illinois here, and like there were so many goth girls in almost no clothing whatsoever. Yeah. It was insane.
EDM's the same way, man.
100%.
I saw Roman's face light up the moment I said goth girls.
You know what?
I see you. You're getting ready. You're getting ready for when the stream ends. I know you.
You're doing the meme. Multiple goth concerts. You didn't want to go.
Who doesn't wait until the stream ends?
I invited you.
No, motherfucker, no.
There's a local metal in my area called Bible Belt Massacre.
Sick.
Man, I love when they come on the stage. They usually go last because they're spraying blood and stuff all around. But the guy's girlfriend, he's practically butt naked on the stage and stuff. And like they slit the throats or whatever.
Crazy with it.
Well, like I said, like you go to a Gigi Allen concert or something like that, or nothing as bad as that because that guy was throwing shit at people.
I mean, dude, when I went to see Ghost, which isn't even full on metal. They're just like
he got specific type.
I went to see Ghost, and I saw multiple chicks that like didn't even have actual shirts on. It was literally just a cross.
Oh man,
pasties!
You got to come to drag.
Pasties like wrapped
did you get any of the goth girls who were there with like nothing but fishnet and pasties?
Pretty much, yeah, quite a few.
But like that's the nature of these events, right? The
that's
same thing.
Like, yeah, that's the nature of these events. Yeah.
Like I go to Dragon Con and like after 8 p.m. once you get all the little kids out of there, that's when the real party happens. Because if you have,
that's when the real female cosplayers show up.
Man, I seen sexy Jar Jar Binks. I don't think I can show
that.
No.
Yo.
He's so horny.
If I make it down to MegaCon, we're going to the after parties.
Well, okay, so MegaCon, so you have to go to the Georgia cons because the Georgia cons are like they're all 24/7. And like you don't have to leave the con. I see like people laying down, but like the Georgia cons are where it's like that's the best con. Like I grew up going to San Diego Comic Con, but the Georgia cons is the especially Dragon Con. It's like 40 conventions happening simultaneously in one location. And
all right, dude. So that's not far from me because I'm Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's nerd Mardi Gras, but after 8 p.m. that's when it gets more adult there, and there's so much stuff happening. But then there's people doing. I seen a sexy Sauron.
I could see that happen.
A sexy Sauron, I'd probably take
that sexy Sauron be tempting you with her ring,
The first day of Dragon Con. Speaking of ecchi, right? The first day of Dragon Con, the night is they do a Playboy night for the first night, and you got a bunch of girls doing bunny outfits of whatever characters, and they all line up. And I usually never go because I don't like waiting in line, so I just whatever. But you see them around. So like I seen a chick. She was if you watch Donnie Darko, the bunny, a chick did a sexy version of that bunny. Of the mask.
Wait, does the mask look like the one from Donnie Darko?
Well, a bit, like but a more feminine. It was a more feminized version of the mask, but she was on point. She did show her face, and it was pretty good. And she had like the missing eye and everything. And,
that's cool. That's cool.
Maybe.
The Sauron one was a big Sauron head for the head, and then she just wore like a lace dress or something like that. Then I seen a chick did a sexy version of Austin Powers. So she put like she glued like a fur shit on her chest and like but she wasn't wearing a top or anything. And so I got a picture where I pick her up or whatever. I also get stepped on at cons too.
Dude, one of my favorite pictures I have from a con was my first Comic-Con. It was
We salute you.
It was in New York. I have a picture. I do have a picture with a Great Ahsoka. Like I have a Great Ahsoka cosplay. Do you know do you remember the cosplay? Vagabundo might be the only person here that knows of her. She was the original like Ahsoka cosplayer that was like at all the cons and shit like that.
I think I know who you're talking. I just don't know her name.
I forget her name off the top of my head, but she was around the same time as Theory. Like she was like the same person that worked around with Theory and stuff like that originally. I saw her, so I got a picture with her. Picture with somebody dressed as Darth Talon, but these chicks, bro, that went hard for Avatar, had 3 Na'vi girls. I was like,
so last con I was the Burger King airplane guy. So that was okay. So Dragon Con, there's a lot of meme stuff.
Were you going around doing the quote?
Yes, I was. And then last con I was at AWA. Then before that was Dragon Con. So because I also cosplayed as Sora from No Game No Life, and I had my little sister.
Wow.
I had a plushie of Shiro. So Dragon Con, only one person knew who the hell I was, and then but like you have to go to the party cons, and like Dragon Con and the ones in Georgia are like off the chain. Like you never want to go to another con. Well, I do want to test out one in Alabama. Birmingham, they have a it's like a waifu con or hentai con or whatever, and it's 18 up only.
Where is this?
Birmingham, Alabama.
Crimson Country.
I never felt like going to Alabama before, sir, but you're slowly selling me on this.
You said hentai con in Alabama.
So the lower Roundcast is going then?
Crimson's ready for Sweet Home Alabama.
Okay, hold on. I think it's called there's Comic Con.
I'm gonna go hunting for Freerin cosplayers there. That's what I'm going for.
Oh, my favorite one, the Kill a Kill cosplays, because the chicks are barely wearing like. There's certain animes too where I never seen the anime, but I just love the cosplay for the anime.
Yeah, I bet. I'm sure.
I think it might be Waifu Con.
Dude, I am really trying to go to MegaCon though. I would love to because it would be.
Yeah. One of my things I want to do this year is go to a couple of conventions, or at least one, I should say. But it's really going to depend on how much money current plans are going to require.
Yeah, so
maybe 501.
So it's Waifu Con in Birmingham, Alabama, and that one's 18 up. And then also too, I usually car camp when I go to the cons here in Georgia.
Yeah. That's what
like I don't pay for a hotel. I get all the stuff like I'm camping in the woods in my car, Honda Civic, and I find me a
Wait, hold on. You drive a Honda Civic?
I'm a Honda enthusiast. Like
I drive a Honda Civic.
I'm an Accord guy, but that all
you guys can all make fun of me. I drive a fucking Subaru Forester.
Dude, I used to drive a Mitsubishi before it got wrecked, and the insurance company wouldn't pay for the repairs. So
all I do is Honda. For cars, it's Hondas for me, and so I am planning to have a Natasha car when I get me a hatchback. And then, so I'm not to change the subject, but yeah, Waifu Con. So, the 93 coupe, well, the 5th gen coupe is going to be like my fun car. The Natasha car is going to be a 5th gen hatchback. And then and then for camping, I'm going to get me a Honda Element because I've seen so many customizations for that one. But yeah, but the MegaCon's more of a giant vendor hall for me. MomoCon I go to, Dragon Con, and AWA are like more party-ish, and they're 24/7. But yeah, I just find me a parking spot for like $60 to $100. while everyone's paying like over $1,000 for hotel rooms, whatever. And I usually find a parking spot with In-N-Out. So if I need to, sometimes I'll drive to McDonald's in the morning or a Chick-fil-A because it's cheaper than going to the con, get me something to eat, come right back. And I got my toothbrush, water, and everything I need, and a piss bottle if I need to. So.
Honestly, that's the way to fucking do it, dude. That's how I used to do it. I mean, I'm a road tripper, so that's
it would probably be one thing if I ended up going just by myself, but I have no idea whether there are a couple of people who would probably want to go with me to some of these cons and stuff just for the road.
Yeah,
trip.
I would.
Yeah, well, so some people like
the issue is I wouldn't have to worry about like driving you back, like home and back, you know, like driving you to like the con and back. I'm talking about people who live with me who would probably carpool with me. It might be a little awkward to be car camping and using a piss bottle, okay?
Yeah.
Your brother's gay enough that I would worry about that too, okay?
I'll be honest with you, it's really not that much of a problem. I mean, I've fucking... We're all men,
I
right?
see your wee-wee.
No. To be honest,
I didn't realize someone could be that small.
To be honest, you only really need a piss bottle if you're not a guy.
Well, yeah. Well, like it depends on the parking spot too.
No, I'm having flashbacks. Stop. No.
Oh, but
that's a traumatic story that I don't want to talk about.
Oh shoot. Well, AWA, Anime Week in Atlanta, does have an 18 and up section where they sell hentai and stuff, which I actually buy, and dojin. There's this yearly there's this old Japanese guy. He comes every year from Japan, and my Anime Week in Atlanta ritual is I always have to buy something from him at least.
I could just see everybody just going up to him. It's like, oh, don't, and you just like looking at his shit, just like, yes. Give me
I'm on some. Well, this year they had the VTubers with the little screens driving around in the hentai section, so for more of the lewd VTubers. So I'm on some of their channels if they were at AWA. I was just walking by or say hi to them or whatever.
Yeah. That's cool.
What the fuck, man?
I think at this point we can safely conclude that anime culture in general and just, lewdness, as we kind of described it earlier, are pretty intertwined. Whether or not you want to say it's necessary to the medium or not, at this point, it's kind of like a huge part of the culture with fans.
I wouldn't even say
it always has been.
Look, there was a booth selling emotional support squishy boobs.
Like, dude,
where, when, how much?
So it was like a little squishy boob thing, like how like people get the little squishy balls, but it was like it was like an anime chick with boobs and ass, and it was completely naked, and it was probably like $20.
That's a good price.
Yeah, and there was like emotional anime boobs.
All right, well, listen, the one thing that I need an emotional support goth girl, and I'll be happy. Okay,
that's gonna cost you a lot,
man. There was some.
Okay. Here's the exchange.
She'll be stepping on your balls in
an emotional support goth girl, but you're gonna sit in the cuck chair every other time.
Oh yeah. No!
Damn,
that's a good likelihood.
Worth it?
I'm just saying.
Well, there was a Dragon Con. There were some chicks doing the goth IHOP look, whatever. So there was a girl. She had one of like a white hair, had the fox hooves. Ears or whatever. And I was a fox. Me and if New Blackstreet, we took pictures with them.
I remember they talked about you.
Yeah, Kata and Atreus, and then they went to a gay club. I didn't.
They almost went in. Yeah,
I did not go with them. Because like I said, I hate lines, so I went with one of Chris Gore's friends, and we went to go see
there you go.
The Rockyville Horror Show. Instead,
wait. Did Chris go to the club?
No.
One of his friends.
Yeah, me and one of Chris Gore's friends. We went to the Rockyville Horror Show.
Okay.
Which is a play
instead of a gay club, correct?
Yeah, instead of a gay
club.
Bro,
Kata and Atreus got saved by a random guy. Holy shit, they got saved.
Yeah. I've talked to Chris a couple times. Like I was like, wait a second, wait, what?
No, it's me and one of his friends because he does panels all day, and I'll hang out with him. But me and his friends, his friends always like to go to the Rockyville Horror Show, which honestly, at first it was weird, but then I got used to it because it's absolutely batshit insane, and I'm just
that's the whole point, yeah.
Yeah, like the whole thing where the audience is interacting while the movie's playing, and the people, it's weird and shit. Like normally I wouldn't go with shit like that, but if I had like some edibles or something and had watched it, I probably had a trip.
Yeah, probably not tripping.
Agreed.
Yeah, Rockyville Picture Horror Show is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Man.
All right. Well, does anyone have anything else I want to cover on this topic? Otherwise, I feel like it's probably a good time to start shutting down and shilling everyone's channels. So
I think we're pretty good. I mean, whatever else we save for probably like ecchi video games.
I don't have any experience in that field, so I can't say anything.
Man,
go ahead. You go first, buddy.
Okay, one of my favorites is Sarin Kagura Peach Beach Splash. Sarin Kagura is also an anime series. It's basically these ninja girls, and they're like they do other stuff. But each game, the series is like something different. But Peach Beach Splash is an adult Splatoon, a version of Splatoon where the ninja girls have water guns and you have to squirt each other's bikinis off, and that's the premise of the game.
Oh wow!
I have the collector's edition, and I met the creator of Sarin Kagura at E3 2017. So we got.
Oh my god! Bro, when E3 was still E3.
Yeah. Well, so you guys don't know, my original background is video games.
Oh, I had no idea.
Yeah, and so, but me and the creator of Sarin Kagura, we're both doing this. Was like we're squeezing boobs or whatever.
Yeah, Opie. Yeah.
And I also bought from him anime pinup cards for the Sarin Kagura series. Kagura
wow.
series.
Hell yeah, brother. That's kick ass.
That's really cool.
I don't have much on Japanese video games. Like, I mean, there's a few. Like, hey, if you want to look at loot shit, you can just go to Steam, okay? Like, because there's some good, 2D stuff. There's also a lot of slop there too. But like, I just wanted to point out the one thing that we hadn't been talking about, because we've been talking about a lot of Japanese stuff, is that if you have delicate sensibilities and you're ever like, ew, the ick, right? And you don't want to get the ick on whatever you're looking at and stuff, right? Whatever, right? Korea, you should just check out manhwa, okay? Because manhwa, they have to be 20 years old, okay? If there's like lewd stuff happening in that. And so it's like you could just browse freely, okay? Just go to manhwa land, okay? And just explore the fascinating stories they have. But I will tell you, the one thing is always be careful with the Korean special sauce, because sometimes it can bite you in the ass. And that's true. NTR. Be careful.
Look, NTR is an A-tier hentai trope, and you can fucking fight me on that, okay?
Yeah. It can be good. It can also be bad, especially if it's linked with the ugly bastard, tag. Okay, that's a bad sign. Stay away. Okay.
Look, it really only depends on whether you are attached to the character getting cucked. If you are self-inserting as the cuck, you have a problem, okay?
Correct. I do agree.
You know what?
Like, the proper way to enjoy NTR is to imagine yourself as the guy doing the NTR, okay?
But
I am the one that cucks.
Okay, that just gave me another thing to add to the whole conversation. I'll make it short too. So a lot of these ecchi animes are absolutely just funny. That's the other reason why we watch them.
True.
Yes,
and even the games too. Like they're usually comedies most of the time, and then even the game. So like there's a game called Panty Party, and if you bought the collector's edition, which was on the Nintendo Switch, so Nintendo okayed it, and it came with a pair of panties if you got the collector's edition.
Oh wow! I think I remember her.
Were they used or were they fresh?
I wish they were used, probably, but you can't buy a used one. But yeah. So premise is you're a girl that gets turned into a pair of panties, and you have aerial combat battles with other pairs of panties around different areas in Japan.
What?
Yeah, you can get it on. You can get it on Steam. Like that's what I'm saying. all this stuff is just hilarious. Like, imagine telling somebody this.
Dude, that is so like. Here's the thing: the problem we've run into, Vagabundo, is that instead of the fact that it's like to us all here, it's like that's fucking hilarious. Yeah. The problem we run into is that people go, "You degenerate." And it's like, do you not realize that this is just
welcome to America?
Yeah.
Yes, I am a degenerate. Bring it the fuck on. I'm going to go jack off to hentai. Fuck you.
But like a lot of the even some actual hentais out there, the premises are absolutely they're so out of this world and insane. It's absolutely funny.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
There are some genres out there that are just ridiculous, like the whole thing about teeth. If you know what that means within the hentai sphere, there's some. There was one just to like. Hold on, this is a ridiculous plot for like a hentai. So the whole premise is that there's these two girls who are like doing like the 100-meter. They're like in the track and field club, okay, and they're constantly competing. And one has massive tits, and that's slowing her down. And like she can't break her runtime and everything, and they're like she gets like super jealous of the other girl who is her friend, and then basically like steals the other girl's boyfriend, and then they get isekai'd, and like this like paramilitary organization in this isekai world captures them and is gonna like do terrible things to them, and this other like third party girl comes and is like, I'll sacrifice myself to save these other two girls. Well, then it turns into like whole like dick guillotine kind of stuff. Like someone decides that he's gonna go in and he's like, all right, you know what, she seems fine, whips his shit out, gets it bitten off by whatever the fuck kind of monster vagina this girl has. It is insane.
That's like there's a there's a anime slash I'll say slash hentai. It's an older series that this chick back in high school let me borrow a VHS of was it's called Sprite Between Two Worlds, and the premise is the guy's cousin moves over to his countryside or whatever to go to school in his area, and they haven't seen each other where they used to play doctor when they were younger. But he used to pronounce her name wrong because he's like a country hick in Japan, that it created a separate personality that's more like, instead of being all timid and quiet, is the complete opposite personality. And he can switch the two personalities by calling each other's names. And it's the old school hentai or porn trope where when they're actually doing things, they pans out for the window and you just see like shadow figures of them. But other than that, it's absolutely hilarious because he's like, oh, she's about to get beat up by the other girls where they're like trying to pluck her pubes out. So he calls, she calls like the wrong one's name. So then they switch with the bodies with the personalities. So the other one takes over and beats up the other girls or whatever. And it's a hard one to find, but it's I watched this on a VHS tape.
As long as we're on the topic, there actually is one manga I didn't mention when I was kind of showing off my collection because I don't have physicals for it, but I was really tempted to. I found them at Barnes and Nobles of all places.
Nice.
So let me tell you about the series called Imizumi Takes All the Girls to His Place.
Holy shit, bro!
The hentai series that got a manga adaptation because it was so well received.
By the same author, I think, too. I think he draws
the author
both.
made a couple of dojins that are basically all this like sex scenes and everything of like this dude basically getting it on with a bunch of like really like hot girls at school.
Yeah.
Yes. And it became so popular. He made an actual like ecchi slice of life series where like there's a proper like story to it and everything, and it incorporates his original dojins.
Oh wow!
So like the dojins are actually part of the story.
It's like it cuts away, but then there's the dojin that has, and then the next,
It's actually a good manga series. I would honestly
the motherfucker added plot.
Crimson,
I will say though, what's up?
Were you at the Weebs and Waifu stream where Ivan was talking about the dojin he bought for Freerin when he was in Japan, and it was in a clear bag, and he didn't really pay attention to the cover until he was going to So for the audience, so Ivan from Weebs and Waifu bought a dojin of Freerin and didn't look at it. He just wanted it because it was free. Walking around Japan in a clear plastic bag for everyone to see, and didn't realize. And he was like showing it to people or whatever. And then until he got back to the States, and one of it was like his cousin or something pointed it out, where basically I haven't watched Fruin, but the other girl that's not Fruin, I guess was a Futanari. Yeah, she was a Futanari. And that's where he was showing, but that's what people were seeing everywhere while he was like on the train and stuff in a clear.
No, it just means it's a chick with a penis.
Yeah, a lady boy.
Still.
Yeah.
No, they still have a vagina, but
it's not that.
It's
like
scary.
Futanari means you literally have both genitalia.
Oh well, then
yeah,
worm plus. Okay, fine. But I was trying to draw the real world parallel. Okay, we're fine.
I mean, there's no real world parallel,
it's
but
ma'am.
It's male.
Anyway, as far as that goes, Imaizumi brings all the gals to his house. Decently worth a read, especially the doujins. They're actually pretty good. You got something?
I got one. Yes, Senki Survival. You have not brought up,
and
that is also.
I forgot about that one. The fucking dragon. I forgot about the dragon.
Yep, that one's
you have defeated me in combat. Now impregnate me.
It's like,
that's a clip.
Right.
That's a clip.
Oh
man,
that.
Oh my god, dude! There's some funny ones, man. Like,
so do you guys for clipping?
But that's what I'm saying. A lot of them are just funny, and like, it's just the premise is super weird. I have to watch it. You know.
Well, again, Senki Survival Saga is still like a good series. Like, it's
a good fantasy,
enjoyable.
Yep.
What else? Ideal Sponger Life isn't necessarily like lewd. It's just kind of there. I'm actually kind of curious. I'm gonna check my digital library here really quick and see if there's anything. Oh, there's also Rebel Hero. I forgot about that one.
Yeah, well, dude, there's the space one too. The Space Mercenary. I became the pilot of the world's or the strongest starship or whatever. That's an isekai one that's getting an adaptation at some undisclosed point in the future.
All right, let's see. Let's see my series here.
I
guess My Quiet Blacksmith Life in Another World. I'm pretty sure that one has, or no, it's My Repair Skill. That's the one with the female knight that just randomly throws her tits out there. Like, it's just a normal series, and then all of a sudden you find out that this character is a woman because you walk in on an uncensored bath scene.
Oh, okay. Speaking of bath scenes, did you see Plus Size Elf?
I didn't
know, but sell me on this bath scene that you're alluding to.
They actually have a mixed bath in Plus Size Elf. But if you're not familiar with the series, it's I still need to finish it, but I loved it. Which basically it's a reverse isekai where an elf woman comes into our world and she discovers McDonald's, she starts eating fast food, mostly fries. She ends up getting fat. And she can't go back to her elf world unless she's the same weight she came to our world with. So she goes with our main character, who's like one of those Japanese fitness guys or whatever. And he tries his best to like get her to lose weight. And then other elves start coming in. But it's very ecchi. There's a tons of nudity in there. And it's hilarious. And for all the chubby chases out there, that's the anime for you.
Oh, there's
that's what I heard.
This is one I wouldn't recommend, but it's only a 7 volume series. If you're really interested in like the worst version of NTR you could find, it's called Lust Gias, and the premise of it is that this dude and his childhood friend get cursed by this demon, and basically he puts a horny curse on this chick to where she'll die if she doesn't get her daily dose of semen. So he's constantly getting. Well, sorry. There's also the thing of she'll die if they have sex, so he's constantly getting blowjobs from this chick.
That's like Mysterious Girlfriend X.
However, there's a. Oh, I've actually seen that one. It's not a bad series.
The back of the cover doesn't do justice when I tell people.
It gets worse because the whole thing like starts complicating their relationship because another girl gets cursed at the same time. So now he's trying to like hide the fact that he's basically getting blowjobs from 2 girls, and one girl is just like the first girl is just like, wait, this isn't the the normal amount of jizz that he's shooting into my mouth. Like, what's going on here? It's really fucking weird. Monster Musume is a good one. I really like that.
You forgot Reincarnation Coliseum.
Oh yeah. Oh fuck! I have those. I didn't bring those down. I forgot.
Yep.
I've read that one.
Reincarnation Coliseum's hardcore, bro.
If you want one that is like just sort of like dumb lewd comedy, My Wife is what Gatsuma-san. It basically is like this dude has these dreams of the future, and he can basically like whenever he falls asleep, he sees what's going to happen in the future, like the distant future, but he doesn't know how he gets there. So he keeps having these recurring dreams of everything that's going to happen to him. And in the first dream, he basically has this premonition that he's going to get married to the hottest girl in class.
What the fuck?
And every decision that he makes affects his future. And he keeps going from absolute loser to like, yeah, I score. Like I married this like super popular mangaka. I got married to this foreign like Dutch chick who's like really successful. Oh no, I actually screwed everything up and I became a fat loser otaku. My Wife is a little intimidating is another series. It's kind of on the same lines as Sweat and Soap, where like they won't show you like any nipples or anything, but there are a bunch of explicit sex scenes in there.
Slave harem.
Thumb Ugly in chat. The Ragnarok Monster Musume is my favorite arachne. What the fuck did I miss?
I don't like spiders, and I don't like spider chicks, even in So What? I'm a spider, so what? Or whatever. Like I'm
just look up who he's talking about, and you can decide for yourself.
Yeah. But slave harem, so like Slave Harem in the Labyrinth of Another World, that's a great anime and manga series, as well as web novel, light novel stuff. That's a great series. Like I'm just saying, all right, hot elves and nipple clamps. Okay, like it gets good. All right.
Here's a slop isekai ecchi harem for you. She's the strongest bride, but I'm the strongest at night battles. It's basically just this dude gets reincarnated into a world where like he is abducted by this like noble of another nation. And she's just like, you know what? I'm not really into dudes, but for some reason, I think you're really hot. So I'm going to allow you to just fuck the shit out of me. And we're just going to collect, you and me are going to collect a bunch of women and we're going to make a harem. That way the both of us can just constantly have sex with them.
Wow,
what a bro.
We can't forget interspecies reviewers.
Yes, and Prison School. Okay. We did not review those this time. Maybe next year. For the next lewd special, right? But like
Prison School, bro. Yeah. You made me watch that for no reason.
Dude, Prison School is funny as fuck. Okay, even if Crimson doesn't like it.
Here's another one that isn't explicit, but that I did check out because it's just kind of fucking hilarious how dumb it is. It's called This Is Screwed Up, but I was reincarnated as a girl. And one of the first things that this dude does when he realizes, oh, wait, I'm a woman, is sit there and waste a week's worth of time masturbating.
I don't blame him.
Like the moment he realizes, holy shit, this is intense.
Life goals.
Wastes there's a whole thing where the main character spends all of their time inventing golems to basically act as like sex dolls.
What the
fuck?
So they can have themselves railed for like a week at a time.
I bet he realized it fucking takes way too long.
I've got one more. This is a Korean one, and because people have brought up Death Note, there is a shitty parody Korean manhwa that's horny that's called Panty Note, and that one follows a retarded main character as he stumbles through life using a powerful notebook that gives him the ability to control people if he happens to see the panties of the person. All right, so Panty Note, there you go.
Two more things before we really do go into the wrap up. Yeah. So I know this one. It's called In Another World with My Mistress.
Yeah.
And basically this dude gets reincarnated into an isekai world and ends up as like a slave to this dark elf dominatrix girl.
There's
And
multiple Dark Elf ones. Yeah.
If you want a fully complete series, this is 18 volumes. It's called We're New at This, and the whole point is that the main characters, they start out as like just newly married, a newly married couple. There are a fair few number of like explicit scenes in there, but the whole point is just them sort of like trying to figure out like their marriage life and like how they're going to handle their jobs and everything, and it ends with them having kids. So do what you will.
Nice. Okay.
Wholesome.
That's pretty much all of my like lewd anime that I have read so far. So there's that. Anyone else got anything they want to throw in here?
Not really.
Just a clarification. It's reborn as a space mercenary. I woke up piloting the strongest starship. Is the correct title. Sorry about that. Yeah,
that's actually good. A worthwhile one.
El Waifu. All right, just saying.
I mean, based dude, or sorry, I should say based made for being like you must test all the features.
I like robot maids in the future on Space Isekai. They're the best.
I guess it's not a hentai, but it's a ecchi, a girl's Bravo.
I've heard of that one.
Okay, premise is you got this wimpy dude that gets transported to a different Earth that barely has men, and it's usually just women being born. So anytime there's a new guy, he's like the best guy that all the women are after.
Damn.
It's a good watch at least one time.
So, makes sense.
World's End Harem, which was brought up in chat before too, is a pretty interesting one because it's basically a virus that kills off all males except for 5 people. And it's like, well, the women control everything now, so you're gonna have to do what we tell you to do and stuff. And it's a very interesting depiction of that situation.
Oh no, I'm gonna get drained every day. Oh no.
Death by Snoo.
No. Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, exactly. The worst thing ever, right?
That's so terrible. That's so horrendous. Don't do it to me, please.
Are you seeing
when do we start?
All right. So I think at this point we can like safely start to close things down. So obviously if you're here, you know who I am. I am Crimson Law. I cover, seasonal anime weekly. I do videos and I do streams like this. Hopefully we can, kind of make this sort of pre-Valentine's, post-Valentine's, depending on however we like our schedule works, a regular thing for Fictionology. These specials have been fun. I think this is probably one of the most fun Fictionologies I've ever.
It's been a fun one, yeah, for sure.
And then particular thanks to the Runaway Vagabond. Thanks for coming on, dude. I appreciate it.
No worries. Anytime.
Like it was fun hanging out with you on your channel. It's fun hanging out with you here. I hope we can, like keep doing stuff like this. Our chaos didn't scare you off, but
no. You see how chaotic my streams are.
I just want to say as well, like Vagabundo, great to actually finally get a chance to talk to you, bro.
You too, man.
Agreed.
Yeah, man.
If you guys want to check him out, I'm pretty sure I linked him in the description. You should be able to go over his channel. But if that doesn't work, there is the link. Oh, no, that's the Roller Room Cast. I am fucking stupid for some reason.
Well, thank you. That works.
Partially drunk.
There's the other link. Okay. I'll figure this out eventually. I'll click the right things. Because I mean, the Roller Rome Cast is the other thing that you guys should go check out. Because again, Vagabundo talks a lot about anime and stuff over on his channel. He has his own thing that he does. Really fun. I've tuned into a couple of them. A lot of good guests over there. Again, thanks to him for coming on and tuning into all this. As far as the guys from the RG Energy Roller Rome Cast, I appreciate you guys. It's been really fun. This whole thing got started, by the way, because me and Roman decided we wanted to do a stream all about Batman. And from there, we're like, you know what? We should continue doing stuff like this.
Yeah.
Technically, I'm sort of, in a way, responsible for Fictionology. So kind of, you're welcome.
He is a founding member.
I am the founding guest, so yes.
And even to those of you who don't have channels, Rolando, Muffler Tape, I appreciate you guys coming on. It's been fun. I feel like as far as tonight goes, a lot of you had really good insight and additions to everything that happened. I appreciate it. Made this whole thing worth doing. Made this whole thing fun. I was looking forward to it, and I was not disappointed by anything that happened here tonight.
There is one thing I would like to just say real fast. For the Roller Rumcast channel, we're going to be making a lot of changes. So those of you that are part of the, the crew or the background or things like that, the Patreon's going to be back up very soon. We have a lot of plans for that. And other than that, we will be doing a, full-on review of Night of the Seven Kingdoms and where it's at now, and plus Disney and all their other stuff on Friday night. So if you guys are available midway through to after Friday Night Tights, then we will be live. So if you need an after show, come and check out the Roller Rumcast. That's all.
I will say, as far as that goes, sometimes I show up to absolutely throw wrenches in their plan just because I can. Occasionally drunk, occasionally making threats that I definitely won't be fulfilling on. But anyway, thank you all to you viewers who showed up, who participated, who had opinions of your own, who added to this stream and made things fun. It's only possible because you guys are, viewers of this stuff. So I would really hope that you would also, if you haven't already, gone and checked out some of the other guys' channels. That being said, do not forget that at the end of February, we will in fact be doing Fictionology's a main installment for Fictionology on Berserk. So that is how we are going to end the night. I hope you guys have a good one. Again, I can't say this enough. Thank you all for tuning in and being a part of this. It means the world to me. It makes this whole thing fun. And I hope you guys continue.